Chapter 3140. The divine force source bead drew an arc in the air and flew far away, attracting everyone's attention. Swoosh! 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 Suddenly, the figures stopped their attacks and rushed towards the divine force source bead. Among them, the leader of the winged man family was the fastest. He caught up with the divine force source bead like a bolt of lightning and grabbed it in his hand. The leader of the winged man family was overjoyed when he caught the divine force source bead. He flapped his wings and rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. With his speed, he was confident that he could shake them off. As long as he could hold on for half a day, the divine force source bead would be his. His face was filled with ecstasy. Not good. Chase! Jin Xiang and the rest shouted. Jin Xiang, the leader of the Qin family, was on good terms with the winged man family. However, he could not care less about their previous relationship and rushed towards the leader. Other sky prides, including the sky prides from the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence, also rushed towards the leader of the winged man family. Buzz buzz buzz, the leader of the winged man family was covered in lightning and turned into a bolt of lightning. His speed was much faster than the other sky prides. The distance between him and the other sky prides was getting further and further. If this continued, he could easily escape and drag on for half a day. Damn it! Many sky prides roared in anger. The leader of the winged man family, including the experts outside the array, were all overjoyed. However, at this moment, a terrifying saber radiance shot up into the sky. This saber radiance was extremely dazzling, like a bright moon in the sky. It flashed out and rushed towards the leader of the winged man family at an astonishing speed. Its speed was not inferior to the leader of the winged man family. Everyone's eyes narrowed. It was a white-robed youth from the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence. His expression was indifferent and his gaze was like a divine saber. Slash! The white-robed youth said softly and slashed down with the saber in his hand. Suddenly, a saber radiance burst out. It was tens of thousands of miles long and slashed towards the leader of the winged man family. In an instant, the saber radiance appeared above the leader of the winged man family and slashed down with terrifying force. The leader of the winged man family's face changed. He roared and flapped his wings. Countless lightning bolts turned into a sword and shot up into the sky, trying to block the saber radiance that was slashing towards him. However, when the saber light fell, the lightning formed by the lightning immediately collapsed. The saber light did not stop and continued to slash down. How is this possible? The leader of the winged family let out a roar of disbelief. He had never imagined that his all-out attack would actually be unable to block the other party. At the critical moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a defensive divine artifact that floated above his head. Boom! The saber light slashed onto the defensive divine artifact. The defensive divine artifact shook violently and heavily smashed onto the body of the winged clan's leader. With a miserable scream, his body fell to the ground like a meteor, smashing a huge crater in the ground. Whoosh! The white-robed young man appeared above the huge pit and looked down coldly. The leader of the winged family half-knelt on the ground, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. He looked at the white-robed youth in the sky with incomparable shock. The other sky prides also stopped nearby and looked at the white-robed young man in shock. Especially the prodigies of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace like Jin Xiang. They knew how intimidating the leader of the Wings family was. He had the first sky of King God realm and had awakened the original God power. He was an invincible character at the same level. Not many people in the first sky of King God realm could defeat him. However, the white-robed youth was able to injure his opponent in one move. What kind of strength was this? How can he be so strong? Is his cultivation base not at the first sky of King God realm? Someone whispered. They thought that the white-robed youth's cultivation base was higher than the first sky of King God realm. No, his cultivation base is still at the first sky of King God realm. First sky of King God realm? How can he be so strong? Original God power. It's because of the original God power. This person has awakened the original God power twice. What? The second awakening of God power? The sky prides at the scene gasped in shock. Every awakening of God power was harder and harder. The second awakening was at least 10 times harder than the first. The first awakening was already difficult enough. The second awakening was even more difficult. The white-robed youth was only at the first sky of King God realm, but he had already awakened his God power a second time. It was too terrifying. It was several times harder than the first awakening of a half-step King God realm. No wonder the white-robed youth's strength was so terrifying. The second awakening of God power was much more powerful than the first awakening. There was no comparison at all. At the same level, a person who had awakened his God power a second time could easily kill a person who had awakened his God power a first time. Outside the formation, all the experts were astonished. It's the second awakening. A first sky of King God realm can awaken his God power a second time. It's too terrifying. What a monster. Many big shots exclaimed. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King's face was gloomy. He looked at the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King and said, "So this is why you're so confident. There's such a sky pride in the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King mansion. No one can compete with him." "Ha ha ha, thanks for the compliment." The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King laughed heartily. This time, his plan was a complete success. The divine power source bead was such a precious treasure. He had no intention of giving it to the sky prides of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King mansion. He had planned to give the divine power source bead to the white-robed youth. Holding this event was killing two birds with one stone. Firstly, it could destroy the relationship between the major families in the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King mansion and sow discord. Secondly, the divine power source bead would eventually return to the white-robed youth. It was equivalent to giving it to the white-robed youth. The other sky prides of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King mansion would have nothing to say. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King felt even better at the thought of it. On the other hand, the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King was the opposite. His face was gloomy. He knew that he had been played by the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King. Within the formation, the white-robed youth stood high up in the sky and looked down at the leader of the winged man family. His indifferent voice was heard. "Hand over the divine power source bead or die." His tone was domineering and unquestionable. The leader of the winged man family looked ghastly. If he did not hand it over, he would definitely die. Wait a minute. The divine power source bead is now in the hands of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King mansion. Let's delay it for half a day before we discuss the distribution. We must not let the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King mansion get it. At that moment, a voice was heard. It was the leader of the Wu family. That's right. No matter what, the divine power source bead will fall into the hands of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King mansion. Zhao Mo spoke up. That's right. The other sky prides also spoke up. The leaders of the major families stepped into the air and slowly closed in on the white-robed youth. Although the white-robed youth had awakened his divine power for the second awakening and was powerful, with so many of them joining forces, they could defeat him. Chapter 3141. The leaders of the various families in the Nine Extinction Heavenly King mansion slowly closed in on the white-robed youth. These leaders were all in the first layer Divine King realm and had awakened their origin divine force. With so many of them joining forces, they could defeat the white-robed youth. "You're courting death," the white-robed youth said coldly. His eyes were like lightning as he unsheathed his saber. A vast saber radiance slashed towards the leader of the Wu family. The saber radiance condensed like a real divine weapon. It was filled with an ancient aura. The divine force of a second awakening was extremely terrifying. The leader of the Wu family was shocked. He threw out a punch with both of his fists and countless war horses appeared in the void. The war horses stepped on the air and rushed forward. "Brother Wu, let me help you. Attack." Beside the leader of the Wu family was the leader of the Wei family and Zhao Mo. The two of them attacked together. A total of 3 attacks blasted towards the white-robed youth. Boom! 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 The dazzling saber radiance slashed down and collided with the attacks of the three, causing a terrifying explosion. However, even though it was 3 against 1, Zhao Mo and the other two were still at a disadvantage. Their attacks were constantly crushed by the saber radiance. In the end, the 3 of them retreated with pale faces. The 3 of them were extremely shocked. The strength of a second awakening was truly terrifying. Bang! The white-robed youth took a step forward and a saber radiance appeared under his feet. A terrifying saber radiance burst out and its power was like a storm. Zhao Mo and the other two were shocked. Let's attack together. With so many of us, I don't believe we can't defeat him. The leader of the Wu family shouted. Alright, let's attack together. The leaders of the other families spoke and unleashed a powerful aura. They approached the leader of the Wu family and Zhao Mo and the other two, planning to attack the white-robed youth together. Why? Trying to bully us with numbers? Do you think we're decorations? At this moment, a mocking voice was heard from the other side. Then, a sharp aura rushed out and locked onto the leader of the Wu family and the others. It was the other supreme talents of the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion. They stepped out and forced the leader of the Wu family to attack Zhao Mo and the others. Zhao Mo and the others were shocked. There were many supreme talents of the same level as them in the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion. With these people and the white-robed youth joining forces, they would definitely be defeated. For a moment, Zhao Mo and the others stood on the spot and did not dare to attack. Hand over the divine power source orb. The white-robed youth no longer paid attention to Zhao Mo and the others. His gaze once again landed on the leader of the Winged Clan. Here. The leader of the Winged Clan clenched his teeth. Although he was unwilling, he still threw the divine power source pearl towards the white-robed youth. The white-robed young man waved his hand and grabbed the divine power source bead. Many fervent gazes stared at the divine power source bead in the hands of the white-robed youth. Although they yearned for it, no one made a move. For a time, the scene was dead silent. No one made a move, and no one fought. Time passed slowly. Although the sky prides of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion desired the divine power source pearl, they understood that they were powerless to fight for it in the hands of an expert like the white-robed youth. Just like that, there were only 2 hours left before the 1-month deadline. Everyone thought that the battle for the divine power source bead would end just like that. It's a pity that the kid who ruined my plan wasn't killed. I'll find a chance to kill that kid in the future. Outside the array, 9 Sabers Heavenly King snorted coldly in his heart. His plan this time could be said to have been a perfect success. The only imperfection was that he didn't manage to kill Lu Ming. In the next moment, the 9 Sabers Heavenly King was stunned and had a strange expression on his face. That was because there were a few more figures in the image in the sky. Not far away, there were a few figures flying towards the white-robed youth. Among those figures, one of them was Lu Ming. Time's almost up. This kid actually came to die. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King's eyes lit up. Oh no. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King's heart sank. It was too dangerous for Lu Ming to come over at this time. If the sky prides of the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion wanted to kill him, there was no way he could run, especially when the white-robed youth was present. When the Jin clan leader, the Winged clan leader, and the Qin clan leader saw Lu Ming, their eyes flashed with murderous intent. Many people in the formation also noticed Lu Ming. It's that kid. Many sky prides of the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion had murderous intent in their eyes. Lu Ming. Jin Xiang, the leader of the Qin clan, had murderous intent in his eyes. Oh no. The leader of the Wu clan and some of the sky prides of the Wu clan had a change in their expression. Now that Lu Ming had appeared, it was extremely disadvantageous for him. Cold gazes fell on Lu Ming, but Lu Ming did not seem to notice them. The few young men who came with him stopped in their tracks, not daring to move forward. However, Lu Ming continued to move forward. It's really lively here. Everyone is here. Lu Ming mumbled. Then, his gaze fell on the white-robed youth's hand. To be precise, it fell on the Divine Force Source bead in his hand. Divine Force Source bead, I've come at the right time. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It's that kid. We're in luck. It's almost over, but this kid still came to us. Let's kill him and ask the Heavenly King for a reward. That's right, huh? Some of the sky prides of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King mansion wanted to attack, but someone was faster than them. Lu Ming, I've finally met you. Today, you'll definitely die. Jin Xiang roared furiously. Golden light shone from his body like a golden sun as he charged towards Lu Ming. Jin Xing and Jin Yuan of the four heroes of the Jin clan had died at the hands of Lu Ming. The Jin clan head had already given the order to kill Lu Ming at the first opportunity. When Jin Xiang saw Lu Ming, he naturally attacked without hesitation. Clang! Jin Xiang used the void-splitting sword. A golden sword radiance cut through the void and slashed towards Lu Ming. Roar! With a roar, Lu Ming transformed into a green-armored ancient god. He lashed out with his long spear and hit the golden sword radiance. The golden sword radiance suddenly vibrated violently. Jin Xiang's body shook and he retreated tens of thousands of meters. You, Jin Xiang stared at Lu Ming in horror. In the collision just now, he felt that Lu Ming's strength was unbelievably strong. A heavenly god's strength was so strong that it was far beyond his expectations. Not far away, the white-robed youth's eyes narrowed. He had always been proud of his talent. However, Lu Ming was only a heavenly god, but he had such strength. It was obvious that his talent was higher than his. He suddenly had a strong desire to kill Lu Ming. Swoosh! Swoosh! At that moment, two figures appeared beside Jin Xiang. One was the leader of the Qin clan, and the other was the leader of the Winged Man family. Although the leader of the Winged Man family had been injured by the white-robed youth, it was not fatal. He still had the strength to fight. Chapter 3142. Jin Xiang, this Lu Ming is extremely strange and powerful. I'm afraid we can't take him down alone. Let's attack together. The leader of the Winged Man clan said. He and the leader of the Qin family had fought with Lu Ming before and knew how powerful Lu Ming was. Alright, let's attack together. We must get rid of this Lu Ming. Jin Xiang gritted his teeth. Then, the three experts charged towards Lu Ming. So many people against one person, and he's a heavenly god. Don't you feel ashamed? Come on, if you want to fight, we'll fight with you. The leader of the Wu family shouted and was about to help Lu Ming. You'd better not move. Saber radiance flashed and a supreme talent from the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence locked on to the leader of the Wu family. It was good that someone wanted to kill Lu Ming, saving them the trouble. However, they would not allow others to help Lu Ming. You, the leader of the Wu family, had an ugly look on his face. Thank you for your kind intentions, but these cats and dogs can't do anything to me. Lu Ming looked at the leader of the Wu family and smiled. Jin Xiang and the others had ugly looks on their faces. Lu Ming treated them as Tom, Dick, and Harry. The Jin family head and the others outside the array also had ugly looks on their faces. If Jin Xiang and the others were cats and dogs, then what were they? This brat must die. Kill. Jin Xiang, the leader of the Qin family and the leader of the Winged Man clan attacked together. 3 terrifying attacks blasted towards Lu Ming. Divine Dragon Image. Lu Ming let out a low growl and took a few steps forward. Many 9-clawed divine dragons roared and appeared in the air. 20 of them. 29-clawed dragon that were 10,000 meters long. Back then, when Lu Ming entered the ethereal realm of life and death, not only did he comprehend the origin source secret technique, Dominator's Gate, but he also made great progress in other divine skills and secret techniques. For example, the divine dragon image technique had improved and he could condense 29-clawed dragon at once. The 29-clawed divine dragons attacked together like a divine dragon army. Their dragon might was vast and their aura was shocking as they charged towards Jin Xiang and the other two. Then, with a thought from Lu Ming, 9 ice chains flew out and wrapped around the 3 experts. As for Lu Ming, he cast the 9 heavens Kuan Peng technique and charged toward the golden elephant in a flash. Moon. Lu Ming held his spear and slashed downward. A crescent-shaped spear gleam slashed toward the golden elephant. Now, Lu Ming's comprehension of the 3 destructive strikes had reached the limit of the 8th level. He was only a step away from the 9th level and his power was stronger than before. In an instant, 2 9-clawed heavenly martial heavenly divine skill Jiang Xian divine skill can't believe he uses his divine powers his. The others were dumbfounded. This kind of storm-like attack consumed a lot of divine power. Even if the others had mastered many secret skills, they would not dare to use them all at once like Lu Ming. His godly power could not hold on any longer. However, Lu Ming had the quantifying character formula and was not worried about this at all. The leaders of the Winged Clan and the Qin Clan were blocked by the ice chains and the divine dragon Dharma idol. Lu Ming, on the other hand, focused on the golden elephant. The light of the spear came down and clashed with Jin Xiang's sword of the void. Just like last time, the golden elephant's body shook violently, and it retreated repeatedly. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and used his strongest move, Star Burst. A huge spear light rushed towards the golden elephant. The golden elephant's pupils contracted as it felt a fatal threat. Lu Ming's move could pose a threat to him. Boom! Jin Xiang roared and unleashed his full power. His body seemed to have turned completely golden, like a golden statue. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, he held the golden battle sword in his hand and slashed out hundreds of times in an instant. He laid out a heavy sword net around his body, trying to block Lu Ming's move. However, Lu Ming's trump card was more than that. Extreme Yin Pupil. Lu Ming shouted. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes turned snow-white. Lu Ming finally used the secret skill, Yin-Yang God Eye. However, Lu Ming did not use the complete Yin-Yang God Eye. He only used the extreme Yin Pupil. The complete Yin-Yang God Eye was too draining for him. However, even the extreme Yin Pupil was very powerful. A whirlpool suddenly appeared above the golden elephant's head. A terrifying cold force enveloped the golden elephant. The golden elephant's expression changed drastically. In an instant, he felt his entire body freeze. His muscles, bones, blood, and even his soul were all frozen. The terrifying cold force was about to freeze him to death. He tried his best to resist, but it was to no avail. The cold force was too terrifying. Not only was it cold, but it also had a corrosive force. Boom! Lu Ming's move, Supernova, burst out with a destructive force and defeated the golden elephant's sword light. Whoosh! Lu Ming held his spear and pierced toward the golden elephant's glabella. No! No! One was the golden elephant's own roar. He was extremely terrified. The other was the roar of the head of the Jin family. However, no matter how much they roared, they could not change the reality. Puff! Lu Ming's long spear pierced through the golden elephant's forehead. The destructive force obliterated the golden elephant's soul. The golden elephant was dead. At this point, 3 of the 4 heroes of the Jin family had died in the hands of Lu Ming. No, no! Outside the formation, the head of the Jin family let out an angry roar. His eyes were blood-red and his killing intent was as cold as a knife. The other experts of the Jin family were not much better. They all stared at Lu Ming in the picture with ferocious eyes, wishing they could grind Lu Ming's bones into ashes. The 4 heroes of the Jin family were the 4 most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation of the Jin family. The Jin family's current generation could be said to be glorious. They had 4 peerless geniuses. They thought that the Jin family would become stronger in the future. But now, 3 of the 4 heroes had died. Moreover, they were killed by one person. One could imagine how they felt. The people of the other families were gloating. The weaker the Jin family was, the happier they would be. Oh no, retreat. Seeing that the golden elephant was killed, the leaders of the Wing family and the Qin family were shocked and frantically retreated far away from Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with fear. The three of them joined forces to fight Lu Ming, but one of them was killed in an instant. This almost scared them out of their wits. Lu Ming's strength was stronger than the last time he fought with them. So strong? At the scene, all the geniuses were in disbelief. Lu Ming was only a divine realm expert. Such strength was too demonic. In particular, some of the geniuses of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King mansion narrowed their eyes, especially those who had participated in the siege of Lu Ming. Their faces were even more solemn. If they had gone up just now, one of them might have died. Do you think it's that easy to attack and retreat? Lu Ming shouted coldly and performed the Garuda technique. The Garuda flapped its wings and rushed toward the leader of the Qin family. Chapter 3143. The leader of the Winged Man family and the Qin family had teamed up with the Sky Pride of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence to kill him. If Lu Ming hadn't entered the spirit of life and death state at the crucial moment and comprehended the gate of domination, the outcome would have been unpredictable. Just now, the other party had teamed up with the Golden Elephant to kill him. How could Lu Ming let them off? The leader of the Winged Man family was too fast. He charged towards the leader of the Qin family first. Lu Ming's speed was slightly faster than the leader of the Qin family. The distance between the two parties was quickly closing. Not good. Brother Yi, come and help me. The leader of the Qin family shouted and asked for help from the leader of the Winged Man family. However, the leader of the Winged Man family didn't dare to fight with Lu Ming. He sped up and fled into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The other Sky Prides of the Winged Man family also fled. Damn it! The leader of the Qin family roared and charged towards the other Sky Prides of the Qin family. Quick, attack with me and stop this person. Time is almost up. Once the time is up, it will be the time of his death. There were quite a number of Sky Prides of the Qin family that had entered this place. There were more than 20 of them. However, these Sky Prides of the Qin family looked at each other and retreated at full speed. If Lu Ming could easily kill the Golden Elephant, it would be even easier for him to kill them. How would they dare to help the leader of the Qin family? At this moment, it didn't matter if you were a leader or not. It was more important to stay alive. You, the leader of the Qin family, roared in fear. However, Lu Ming had already caught up to him. Roar! A group of 9-clawed dragon charged towards the leader of the Qin family. Lu Ming's current cultivation level was still low. Perhaps the power of a single 9-clawed divine dragon was limited. However, if 29-clawed divine dragons attacked at the same time without any regard for their lives, the power would be extremely shocking. Coupled with the attack of the 9 ice chains, the leader of the Qin family was a little flustered. Extreme Enai. Lu Ming muttered. A whirlpool appeared above the leader of the Qin family and spun crazily. Then, waves of extreme cold energy surged towards the leader of the Qin family. No! 7 injuries divine fist. Block it! The leader of the Qin family yelled. He used his divine power to injure himself and increase the power of the 7 wound divine fists. He kept throwing out punches, trying to block the cold power of the Extreme Een pupil. As expected, the power of the Extreme Een pupil was temporarily blocked by the terrifying power of the fist. However, Lu Ming's follow-up attack arrived. Supernova. A cold voice rang out, as if it was a death sentence. Boom! A terrifying spear light burst out and bombarded the body of the Qin clan's leader. The Qin clan's leader's body trembled violently and flew out horizontally, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. This time, he was prepared and was not killed in one move like the Golden Elephant. However, he was still no match for Lu Ming and was severely injured. The Qin clan youth rushed to the 9 Blades Heavenly King residence's side in fear and shouted, "Didn't you want to kill this brat? Attack! Attack! This guy is too much of a freak. If he kills us, he'll kill you too." At that moment, the Qin clan geniuses could only place their hopes on the Nine Blades Heavenly King residence. Indeed, this brat is too much of a freak. Let's attack together and kill him. A cold voice rang out. It was Duanjiang. Duanjiang did not manage to kill Lu Ming the last time. Now that he realized that Lu Ming's strength had increased, he was terrified and could not wait to kill Lu Ming. Alright, let's attack together. The other geniuses of the Nine Blades Heavenly King residence also spoke. Suddenly, 7 to 8 terrifying auras burst out and surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming brandished his spear and swept it out, dispersing the aura. However, his figure was also blocked. The leader of the Qin clan took the opportunity to rush behind the geniuses of the Nine Blades Heavenly King residence. He heaved a long sigh of relief and relaxed. He finally managed to survive. Lu Ming, after you die, I'll feed your corpse to the wild dogs. The leader of the Qin clan glared viciously at Lu Ming. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Everyone outside could see what had happened. He was in too much of a mess just now. If you're capable, fight one-on-one. Now that you want to bully him with numbers, have you asked for our permission? The leader of the Wu clan roared. Together with Zhao Mo and the other leaders of the Qin clan, they came to Lu Ming's side. Powerful auras surged toward the people of the Nine Blades Heavenly King residence. Do you think you can fight us with the three of you? You're overestimating yourselves. Duanjiang sneered. Everyone, are you just going to watch and not attack? If we join forces, we might not be afraid of them. The leader of the Wu clan looked at the geniuses of the other families. Apart from the Jin clan, the Qin clan, and the Winged clan, there were a few other families that had geniuses who were not weaker than them. The leader of the Wu clan wanted them to attack together. However, those geniuses glanced at the white-robed young man from the Nine Blades Heavenly King residence with fear. They were afraid of the white-robed young man. Of course, Lu Ming saw this scene. Everyone, if he attacks, why don't you leave it to me? Lu Ming pointed at the white-robed young man. Leave it to you? Everyone was stunned. Although Lu Ming was strong, the white-robed young man was a terrifying existence who had awakened his divine power a second time. It would be easy for him to kill Jin Xiang. However, although Lu Ming had killed Jin Xiang, it was not that easy. Lu Ming could fight with the white-robed young man? Lu Ming, this person has awakened his divine power factor a second time. One of the geniuses reminded. So he has awakened his divine power factor a second time. No wonder. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. No wonder when he saw this person holding the divine power source bead in his hand, no one went up to snatch it. It turned out that he had awakened his divine power factor a second time, which shocked everyone. Interesting. Leave him to me. Lu Ming added. Not only did it shock the others, but the white-robed young man's eyes also shone with radiance. Everyone, the Nine Blades Heavenly King residence's purpose this time is simple. They took out the divine power source bead and let the geniuses of the Nine Blades Heavenly King residence kill each other. They will stir up conflicts between the various families and weaken our strength. They will then take advantage of the situation. Lu Ming continued. He knew that the Nine Blades Heavenly King had bribed family head Sikong, so it was easy for him to guess the Nine Blades Heavenly King's purpose this time. Many people's eyes flashed. They knew that Lu Ming was right. That was the truth. Outside the formation, the Nine Blades Heavenly King sneered. It was an open conspiracy, and it was not difficult for others to guess his purpose. However, the various families had killed each other, and many geniuses had died. The conflicts were deep. Even if they understood his plan, the conflicts would not be resolved. That was the power of his plan. Even if others knew about it, his plan could still be realized. Also, in the Nine Blades Heavenly King residence, there is someone who has awakened his divine power factor a second time. Obviously, the other party knows that the divine power source bead will be taken by him. The Nine Blades Heavenly King does not want the divine power source bead to be taken by us. They have been playing with us since the beginning. However, I will not do as he wishes. The divine power source bead cannot fall into the hands of the other party. Everyone, let's work together. You help me block these people, and I will take the divine power source bead. How about that? Lu Ming's voice resounded throughout the entire place. Chapter 3144. Lu Ming's words made many of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion Skypride stare coldly. After Lu Ming's reminder, they understood. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion had been toying with them since the beginning. They had an expert like the young man in the white robe. Who could compete with him for the divine power source bead? It was no wonder that the Skyprides of the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion did not intervene in the fight for the divine power source bead and let the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion kill each other. In the end, the divine power source bead would still fall into the hands of the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion. They were being toyed with like a bunch of clowns. Many of them were enraged. Lu Ming, I'll fight with you. No matter who gets the divine power source bead, it can't fall into the hands of the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion. The leader of the Wu family was the first to shout. Then, Zhao Mo and the leader of the other families followed suit. Bam! 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 Then, a few young men stepped out and walked side by side with Lu Ming, emitting powerful auras. All right, let's join forces. The few young men spoke one after another. They were the leaders of the other families. These people were different from Jin Xiang and the rest. They had no grudges against Lu Ming. Now that they were persuaded by Lu Ming, they decided to join forces. However, that person is extremely powerful. Are you confident? A young man asked Lu Ming. The person he was referring to was the young man in the white robe. Leave it to me. Lu Ming smiled and took a step forward, heading toward the young man in the white robe. Zhao Mo, the leader of the Wu family, and the rest stood in front of the Skyprides of the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion so that they could not interfere with Lu Ming. At that moment, everyone was watching. The young Skyprides in the formation and the experts outside the formation were all looking at Lu Ming and the young man in the white robe. Seeing Lu Ming walking toward him, the young man in the white robe was surprised. He did not expect that Lu Ming would dare to challenge him alone. Interesting. The young man in the white robe spoke. Saber radiance was swallowing and his aura was intimidating. It won't be interesting later. Lu Ming smiled faintly. A 7th-level celestial god with your strength is rare in this world. However, you are so arrogant that you think you can fight me. You are overconfident. The white-robed young man said. We'll know after the battle. Lu Ming's answer was simple. Very good. Remember, the one who defeated you is Yuan Yu. After the white-robed young man finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the divine power source bead flew into the sky and floated there. However, no one dared to fight for it. Boom! After Yuan Yu threw out the divine power source bead, an astonishing aura erupted from his body. A transparent saber shadow burst out from Yuan Yu's body and soared into the sky, piercing through the depths of the firmament. Come on. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. His body, which was hundreds of meters tall, was covered with divine power and filled with dazzling light. Roar! Roar! There were waves of dragon roars and 9-clawed divine dragons condensed continuously above Lu Ming's head. A total of 29 clawed dragons appeared at the same time. The scene was astonishing. Kill! Lu Ming roared and took a step forward. The 29 clawed dragons charged towards Yuan Yu. Then, 9 ice chains flew out and wrapped around Yuan Yu. Petty tricks. Break for me. Yuan Yu shouted coldly as he unsheathed his saber and slashed out. The shadow of the saber above his head merged with the saber in his hand and slashed out a saber light that was over 10,000 miles long. As the saber light slashed down, it was as if it had split the heavens and earth. The saber light brought along an endless wave of energy as it swept towards Lu Ming. The endless wave of energy bombarded the 9-clawed dragon. The 9-clawed dragon shook violently and exploded one after another. Boom! Boom! Terrifying explosions rang out. The 29-clawed dragons were all destroyed in a breath's time. Then, it was the ice chains. Even with the sturdiness of the ice chains, it was difficult to withstand the power of Yuan Yu's saber light. After a slight resistance, all of them exploded. Supernova. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and performed the move, Supernova. A mountain-like spear light bombarded the saber light. As soon as the spear light hit the saber light, it exploded and turned into an endless destructive power that swept out. However, when the saber light slashed down, the destructive power was directly neutralized. A majestic force rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated 1,000 miles. His qi and blood were in turmoil as a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Lu Ming was injured. The sky prides on the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace's side all revealed worried looks. Lu Ming was no match for Yuan Yu. If Yuan Yu defeated Lu Ming, then they could only run. He overestimates himself. He wants to fight Yuan Yu with just him? What a fool's dream. Duan Zhang sneered disdainfully. Outside the formation, the 9 Sabers Heavenly King also revealed a smile. What a powerful force. Is this the second awakening of the divine power of origin? Lu Ming muttered under his breath. The second awakening of the divine power of origin made divine power become even more terrifying, the power boundless. This kind of divine power, even without casting divine techniques or secret arts, just the divine power alone was boundless power. The destructive power was shockingly strong, able to destroy everything. Just now, Yuan Yu's saber directly broke through Lu Ming's various means, domineering and overbearing. Just this bit of strength, then go to hell, Universe Saber. Yuan Yu gave a cold cry, holding the saber with both hands, suddenly slashing out a saber. Swoosh! A silver-white saber light was boundlessly terrifying, slashing towards Lu Ming with peerless speed. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to feel the space around him being squeezed, making him want to dodge, but his speed would become much slower. Facing this saber, he could only take it head-on. Try the power of the Gate of Sovereigns. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. He originally did not want to expose the Gate of Sovereigns. But clearly, if he did not cast the Gate of Sovereigns now, he was still not the other party's match. Gate of Sovereigns, come out. Lu Ming gave a low cry. As he circulated his divine power, an ancient stone door appeared above his head. Now, Lu Ming's Gate of Sovereigns was already quite proficient. The Gate of Sovereigns was very solid, like an ancient door that traversed time and space. Once the Gate of Sovereigns appeared, it emitted a shocking wave of energy. Suppress for me. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the Gate of Sovereigns flew out, tens of thousands of feet tall, emitting a purple-gold radiance, and collided with Yuan Yu's saber light. Boom! In an instant, the silver-white saber light slashed the Gate of Sovereigns. The two shook violently, triggering an endless wave of energy that swept in all directions. Boom! Then, the silver-white saber light shattered, and the Gate of Sovereigns was sent flying back. How is this possible? Yuan Yu shouted in shock. He had used almost all his strength in that move just now. He had wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move, but he did not expect that Lu Ming would block it, and Lu Ming was completely fine. He was not the only one. Everyone else who saw this scene was a little dumbfounded. It turns out that Lu Ming still has a trump card. Many people whispered, and even more people were shocked. Lu Ming's many tricks were really shocking. Chapter 3145. Again. Lu Ming shouted. He stepped into the air and charged towards Yuan Yu. The Gate of Domination followed closely behind Lu Ming, emitting a bright light as it continued to attack Yuan Yu. Break! Yuan Yu shouted. The saber in his hand floated in the air while his hands kept forming seals. Buzz! The saber vibrated, and the saber light shot into the sky. Then, it flew out and slashed at the Gate of Domination. This was a saber manipulation technique. Its attack power was shocking. Clang! The saber slashed at the gate of domination. There was a sound of metal clashing, and sparks flew. However, the gate of domination was unscathed. Instead, the saber was sent flying. After the saber was sent flying, it turned and swept past the gate of domination, charging towards Lu Ming. He wanted to sweep past the gate of domination and kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had expected this move. The gate of domination flashed and returned to Lu Ming's head at an astonishing speed. It continued to attack the saber. Clang! The saber was sent flying again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, then, there was a whoosh from the gate of domination. A terrifying suction force burst out. The gate of domination only had a door frame. It was made of stone, and there was nothing in the middle. It was pitch black. At this moment, the pitch black space started to spin like a black hole. The terrifying suction force immediately enveloped the saber. The saber buzzed and vibrated, but it was stopped by the suction force and could not move. Boom! Then, the gate of domination attacked Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu's expression changed. He had lost his saber. He quickly took out another saber from his storage ring and slashed out. The saber light slashed at the gate of domination. The gate of domination only shook a little, but the saber light shattered. Lu Ming continued to control the gate of domination to attack Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu could only do his best to resist. The two of them were fighting each other head-on. They kept colliding, and energy overflowed. However, in terms of attack power, the two of them were on par. However, the gate of domination continued to release that kind of attractive force, which severely affected Yuan Yu's performance. He needed to use his God force to resist this attractive force. Thus, after a dozen or so exchanges, Yuan Yu was already at a disadvantage. Yuan Yu was slowly losing ground. He retreated repeatedly, and his body trembled slightly. Clearly, he was enduring an extremely great pressure. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but widen their eyes. Yuan Yu was actually losing. Lu Ming's combat strength was also too horrifying. 7th level celestial deity, how could he have such battle prowess? Origin secret technique. This is an origin secret technique. Outside the array, the 9 sabers heavenly king roared in disbelief. The 9 sabers heavenly king had roamed the starry skies for countless years and had seen all sorts of storms and waves. But at this moment, he found it hard to suppress the fluctuations in his heart and completely lost his composure. He could already tell that Lu Ming was using an origin secret technique. Last time, Lu Ming was besieged by Duanjiang and the others. He fell into a state of emptiness of life and death, and comprehended the origin secret technique. However, at that time, the gate of domination had just been comprehended and was faintly discernible. After one strike, it dissipated. Therefore, the 9 sabers heavenly king and the others didn't recognize that it was an origin secret technique. But now that Lu Ming kept attacking, the 9 sabers heavenly king naturally recognized it. What? Origin secret technique? Oh my God! Hearing the 9 sabers heavenly king's words, many people exclaimed in disbelief. This time, so many sky prides had entered the array and fought to the death. What was it for? It was to fight for the divine power source bead and awaken the origin secret technique. One could imagine how difficult it was to awaken the origin secret technique. Yuan Yu was a genius. He had awakened his divine power source factor a second time at the 1st level celestial king realm. He was extremely talented, but he still had a long way to go before he could awaken the origin secret technique. He wanted to obtain the divine power source bead to awaken the origin secret technique. But now, Lu Ming did not do anything and he actually awakened the secret skill of the origin. A 7th level celestial god not only awakened the divine power source factor, but also the origin secret technique. This could no longer be described as monstrous. It was simply abnormal, a monster, a miracle. The shock of these people could be imagined. Ha ha ha, great! The 9 sabers heavenly king was also shocked at first, but he quickly reacted and laughed. The 9 sabers heavenly king palace actually produced such a sky pride this time. He would definitely shine during the Great Void Imperial family's sacred courtyard and even be valued by the sacred emperor. As for the Jean family, the Winged Man family, and the Qin family, the masters and experts of the three families, their faces were extremely ugly. Many sky prides of the three families had died in the hands of Lu Ming. It could be said that they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more worried they were. We must find a way to get rid of this kid. Such thoughts flashed through the minds of the masters of the families. Inside the formation, the battle continued. Lu Ming and Yuan Yu fought for more than 10 moves. Yuan Yu finally couldn't take it anymore and his battle saber was sent flying. Under the violent pressure of the Gate of Domination, Yuan Yu's body shook violently and flew out like a cannonball, coughing up blood. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and continued to control the Gate of Domination to bombard Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu roared, his palm like a saber, bursting out rays of saber light, blasting towards the Gate of Domination. However, his injured body and his palms alone couldn't withstand the Gate of Domination. After a loud bang, Yuan Yu screamed, his body flying out horizontally, blood spurting out of his mouth. His palms exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Lu Ming, I'll remember what happened today. Next time, I'll pay you back 10 times. Yuan Yu roared, then turned into a ray of saber light and flew away at an astonishing speed. After a few flashes, Yuan Yu's figure disappeared without a trace. Yuan Yu had actually fled directly. Lu Ming didn't chase after him. In fact, he didn't have the ability to do so now. After all, he had just comprehended the Gate of Domination not long ago. After the battle with Yuan Yu, he felt like he couldn't control it anymore. If Yuan Yu could hold on a little longer, he would be the one to lose. Circulating his god force, the Gate of Domination above Lu Ming's head disappeared. Lu Ming took a step forward, appearing high in the sky and grabbing the Divine Force Source bead in his hand. Then, Lu Ming wanted to put the Divine Force Source bead into his storage ring, but he was stunned. He didn't expect that the Divine Force Source bead couldn't be put into a storage ring. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Nine Sabers Heavenly King Residence's sky prides were shocked beyond words. Yuan Yu was defeated by Lu Ming. They didn't expect this to happen even in their wildest dreams. On the other hand, Zhao Mo, the Wu clan's leader, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were well aware of how strong Yuan Yu was. Previously, Yuan Yu had easily crushed the leader of the Winged Man clan, but Lu Ming was able to defeat Yuan Yu. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming's strength could easily crush them too? A 7th-layer Heavenly God Realm cultivator could easily crush them. If someone had said this to them before, they would have scoffed. Chapter 3146. Lu Ming looked at the sky prides from Nine Sabers Heavenly King Residence. The sky prides from Nine Sabers Heavenly King Residence were shocked. At this moment, they did not even have the thought of fighting, let alone snatching the Divine Power Source Pearl. If Lu Ming teamed up with the people from Nine Sabers Heavenly King Residence, they would be in danger. Bam! Lu Ming stepped out. The void vibrated, and the people from Nine Sabers Heavenly King Residence were shocked. Lu Ming, we can choose not to compete with you for the Divine Power Source Pearl, but don't cross the line. Duan Jiang shouted. Cross the line? Why didn't you cross the line when the few of you tried to kill me? I have a strong point, and that is that I'm a vengeful person. Lu Ming sneered, and his footsteps quickened as he walked toward Duan Jiang. Let's attack together. Let's attack together. I don't believe that we can't defeat him with so many of us. Duan Jiang shouted, trying to instigate the sky prides from Nine Sabers Heavenly King Residence to attack together. However, this time, the sky prides from Nine Sabers Heavenly King Residence had a glimmer in their eyes. Lu Ming was too strong. Together with the sky prides from Nine Sabers Heavenly King Residence, they would definitely lose if they fought. We can't be reckless now. Let's retreat first and find another chance to kill him in the future. That's right. The sky prides from Nine Sabers Heavenly King Residence whispered and retreated. Duan Jiang was shocked, and could only retreat with the sky prides from Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence. However, Lu Ming moved and chased after them. You can leave, but he has to stay. Lu Ming pointed at the leader of the Qin family and said coldly. The leader of the Qin family had been severely injured by Lu Ming and had been hiding behind the sky prides from Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence. Now, he wanted to retreat with the people from Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence. Don't agree with him. Save me, the leader of the Qin family was shocked and shouted immediately. This is an internal matter of Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence. It has nothing to do with us. That's right. Settle your own matters, shouted the people from Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence. They could not wait for Lu Ming to not attack them. As for the matter of the Qin clan's leader, what did it have to do with them? They couldn't wait for the Nine Absolute Heavenly King palace to kill each other. The people from the Nine Blades Heavenly King residence quickly retreated. No, save me. The leader of the Qin clan shouted, wanting to follow the people of the Nine Blades Heavenly King residence. Scram! A sky pride from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence shouted coldly and slashed at the leader of the Qin clan, forcing him to retreat. At this time, Lu Ming had already caught up. Kill! Lu Ming coldly shouted. The huge spear light was like a mountain pressing down on the Qin clan's leader. The Qin clan's leader had yet to recover from his injuries, so he couldn't block Lu Ming's attack at all. He was blasted to the ground in one move. Extreme Yin vision. Lu Ming spoke in a low voice. A vortex appeared, spewing out a terrifying coldness that froze the leader of the Qin clan. After that, Lu Ming rushed over and killed the leader of the Qin clan. Damn it! Outside the array, the patriarch of the Qin family and the experts of the Qin family shouted angrily with bloodshot eyes. A top-notch sky pride had been killed, and they were heartbroken. At this time, the sky pride from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence had already retreated far away. Lu Ming didn't chase after him. He originally wanted to kill Duanjiang, but at this time, he didn't have the strength to do so. Using the gate of domination had consumed too much of his energy. It was beyond his expectations. Generally speaking, those who could comprehend the origin secret technique were geniuses among geniuses. Moreover, they had to be at least in the Divine King realm to be able to comprehend it. Therefore, to use the origin secret technique, one would need a terrifying amount of divine energy. Originally, with Lu Ming's cultivation of the 7th level Heavenly God realm and his abundant divine energy, he wouldn't be able to use it at all, let alone exchange so many moves. Lu Ming purely relied on the quantifying character formula. He had stored a large amount of divine energy in the quantifying character formula in advance so that he could use it. However, during this period of continuous battles, in addition to using the gate of domination, he had consumed too much divine energy. He realized that the divine energy he had stored in the quantifying character formula had been used up. Therefore, Lu Ming was actually an empty shell now. If Yuan Yu had held on for a while longer, or if the Nine Blades Heavenly King Mansion's prodigies were not afraid of death and fought with Lu Ming would have been exposed immediately. However, Lu Ming's previous performance was too shocking. No matter how bold the Nine Blades Heavenly King Mansion's prodigies were, they wouldn't dare to fight with Lu Ming. After killing the Qin clan's leading figure, Lu Ming held the Divine Power Source bead and stood in the air. He kept using the Universe Myriad Dao technique to recover his divine energy as he waited. Although the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion's prodigies looked at the Divine Power Source bead in Lu Ming's hand with burning eyes, they didn't dare to go up and fight with Lu Ming for the Divine Power Source bead. Jin Xiang and the Qin clan's leading figure were examples. Therefore, the scene fell into silence. Time passed quickly. Soon, a month's time was about to arrive. Looks like the Divine Power Source bead will belong to Lu Ming. 9 Blades, your plan this time has failed. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King laughed. This time, although the conflicts between the major families had deepened, at least the Divine Power Source bead fell into Lu Ming's hands, and they wouldn't lose so badly. Humph. The 9 Blades Heavenly King snorted coldly as he looked at Lu Ming in the image. His eyes were extremely gloomy. His original plan was very good. This time, not only would the conflict between the major families in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King mansion deepen, but the divine power source bead would also fall into Yuan Yu's hands in the end, helping him awaken the origin source secret technique. With Yuan Yu's talent and the awakening of the origin source secret technique, he would definitely be able to shine when the Great Void Imperial Family Sacred Courtyard was held. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming appeared out of nowhere and snatched the divine power origin bead away. This made him extremely unhappy, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. 9 blades, the time has come. Open the formation. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King's voice sounded. A month's time was up. The 9 blades Heavenly King waved his hand, and the image in the air disappeared. Then, he formed a seal with both hands, and runes flew out and disappeared into the formation. The light of the formation dimmed, and the light shield that covered the ground disappeared without a trace. The formation was closed. As soon as the formation was closed, everyone in the formation sensed it. Immediately, streaks of rainbow light soared into the sky and flew towards them. The first to fly over were some of the sky prides of the 9 Blades Heavenly King mansion, and Yuan Yu was among them. Heavenly King, I did not complete the mission this time. Please punish me. Yuan Yu and the other sky prides of the 9 Blades Heavenly King mansion lowered their heads and apologized. Forget it. The 9 Blades Heavenly King waved his hand. In front, people kept flying over. Zhao Mo, the leader of the Wu family, and of course, Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming flew over, he became the center of attention. Everyone's eyes fell on him and the divine power source bead in his hand. Little guy, you're good. The 9 Blades Heavenly King's gaze also fell on Lu Ming, and it was extremely cold. Lu Ming felt like he was being stared at by a terrifying beast, and his hair stood on end. Thank you for the compliment, 9 Blades Heavenly King. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, neither servile nor overbearing. Chapter 3147. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King sneered and said, Kid, the divine power source pearl is still useful to me. How about this, name a price and sell it to me. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King actually wanted to buy the divine power source pearl. I'm sorry, I don't want to sell it. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Not for sale. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King's eyes narrowed as he said, You are rejecting me. His voice was cold as he looked down at Lu Ming with a condescending attitude. Under normal circumstances, with his status, other juniors would not dare to reject him, but Lu Ming did. I said I'm not selling. Don't you understand? Lu Ming's temper rose. No matter who it was, his tone was not pleasant. Many people's hearts beat wildly. Lu Ming dared to speak to the 9 Sabers Heavenly King in such a tone. Hee, the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King chuckled, and everyone could hear the cold murderous intent in his voice. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King was furious. 9 Sabers, if others don't want to sell it to you, are you going to force them to sell it to you? As a Heavenly King, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The 9 Sabers Heavenly King said as he moved his body slightly, faintly blocking Lu Ming to prevent the 9 Sabers Heavenly King from attacking. Good, very good. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King said coldly, then glanced at Lu Ming and said, The day of the Taishu Imperial Family's holy courtyard is coming soon. At that time, let's meet at the holy courtyard of the Taishu Imperial Family. At that time, I'll let you see the real geniuses of the 9 Sabers Heavenly King residence. If there's nothing else, please leave. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King waved his hand and ordered them to leave. Let's go. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King did not stay. With a wave of his hand, a divine power enveloped the geniuses of the 9 Sabers Heavenly King residence. He then soared into the sky and left. Alright, today's matter is over. However, I'll tell you that the divine power source pearl is obtained by Lu Ming and belongs to him. If anyone else dares to use unusual means to seize the divine power source pearl, don't blame me for being rude. Then, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King's gaze swept across everyone present and warned. Many people were shocked. Indeed, there were many people who were thinking about the divine power source bead. They were thinking of ways to snatch the divine power source bead from Lu Ming's hands. Now that they heard the 9 extinction heavenly kings say so, many people dispelled the thought in their hearts. In the 9 absolute heavenly king manner, no one could withstand the wrath of the 9 absolute heavenly king. Lu Ming, give me the divine power source orb. I'll help you break the seal on it so that you can keep it. Following that, the 9 extinction heavenly king said to Lu Ming. Thank you, heavenly king. Lu Ming bowed and thanked him. Then, he handed the divine power source pearl to the 9 extremes heavenly king. He was not worried about the 9 extremes heavenly king. If the 9 extremes heavenly king wanted the divine power source pearl, he would not be able to keep it. The 9 extremes heavenly king took the divine power source bead and used his divine power to erase the seal on it before returning it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the divine power source bead. With a thought, he kept the divine power source bead in his storage ring. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was much more convenient. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to hold the divine power source bead every day. Alright, go back. There are less than 200 years before the opening of the Taishu Imperial Family Holy Court. This is a great opportunity for you. Once you can enter the Taishu Imperial Family Holy Court, not only will you be able to enjoy the top cultivation resources, but it will also be the foundation for your meteoric rise. When the time comes, you will establish an army. It's not impossible to become the new Heavenly King manor in the future. So, during this period, you have to work hard to cultivate and improve yourselves. The 9 extremes Heavenly King's voice sounded. Yes, Heavenly King. Many people shouted. Especially the younger generation of Sky Prides, they were looking forward to it. The Starry Camp was just the foundation. Only by joining the Starry Camp would one be qualified to participate in the selection of the Taishu Imperial Family Holy Court. Otherwise, one would not even be qualified to participate. Their ultimate goal was to enter the Taishu Imperial Family Holy Court. That was where all the Sky Prides of the Taishu dynasty gathered. Throughout history, 90% of the powerful figures that appeared in the Taishu dynasty came from the Taishu Imperial Family Holy Court. In the past, the 9 Sabers Heavenly King residents and the 9 Ju Heavenly King residents had joined the Taishu Imperial Family Holy Court and cultivated there. The Taishu Imperial Family Holy Court was the goal of all the Sky Prides of the Taishu dynasty. Alright, let's go back. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King waved his hand and the crowd dispersed. Among them, Lu Ming had the divine power source pearl. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King had specially sent an expert to send Lu Ming back to the Starry Camp. The Starry Camp was guarded by experts from the 9 Sabers Heavenly King residence. There was no need to worry about being targeted. After returning to the Starry Camp, Lu Ming immediately went into seclusion. He took out a large number of divine gems and devoured them to recover his divine power. When Lu Ming's divine power was almost fully recovered, Lu Ming received a message from Blue Merchant. It seems like Uncle Lan Shu knows the result of the competition for the divine power source pearl. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He then flew towards Blue Merchant's residence. When Lu Ming arrived at Blue Merchant's residence, he did not see Lan Ling has been in seclusion to break through to the Divine King realm. She should be able to reach the Divine King realm by the time she comes out. Blue Merchant appeared and said with a smile. Uncle Lan Shu, why are you looking for me? Lu Ming asked with a smile. I heard that you have obtained the divine power source pearl and awakened your origin secret technique. Is that true? Blue Merchant looked at Lu Ming and said. Of course it's true. With my talent, isn't it normal for me to achieve this? Lu Ming said shamelessly. Ha ha ha, that's perfectly normal. Show me your primary secret art. Blue Merchant said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and then circulated his sovereign divine power. An ancient stone door appeared above his head, emitting an ancient aura. The Sovereign's Gate, the Sovereign's Gate. Ha ha ha, amazing, amazing. A 7th level heavenly god who has awakened the Sovereign's Gate without any external help. Your talent is even better than Jing Yu's. Blue Merchant laughed, his face full of joy. The higher Lu Ming's talent was, the happier he would be. You flatter me, you flatter me. Although Lu Ming was humble, he could not hide the pride on his face. He felt that it was a pity. If that stubborn girl Lan Ling saw this, he wondered what kind of expression she would have. Although you have awakened your origin secret technique, you have mastered many kinds of divine powers. The divine power source pearl is still very useful to you. You can use it to awaken other origin secret techniques. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming nodded, but he had other plans in mind. With his cultivation, it was already difficult for him to control one origin secret technique. It would be useless if he could not use more origin secret techniques. He planned to give the divine power source pearl to Autumn Moon so that she could awaken her origin secret technique. By the way, I'm here to talk to you about the Taishu Imperial Family's Sacred Institute. Blue Merchant said. The Taishu Imperial Family's Sacred Institute. Lu Ming muttered in a low voice. Blue Merchant had mentioned it to him before, and the 9 Extinction Heavenly King had mentioned it. Now that Blue Merchant mentioned it again, it showed how much importance he attached to the Taishu Imperial Family's Sacred Institute. Chapter 3148. Is the Taishu Imperial Sacred Institute really that important? Lu Ming asked curiously. Very important. Blue Merchant nodded solemnly. More than 90% of the important figures of the Taishu dynasty have cultivated in the Taishu Imperial Sacred Institute. Jing Yu and I are no exception. Especially for you, it's even more important. Even more important for me? Lu Ming was even more puzzled. That's right. First, there's the problem of cultivation. You control many divine-grade divine powers. You should be able to feel it by now. Is it difficult and requires a lot of energy to cultivate? Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming nodded. He could empathize with Jing Jiu on this point. Ordinary people would have to spend their entire life to cultivate one type of divine power. They would need to comprehend the origin divine power factor and the origin secret technique. Moreover, he now controlled 8 types of divine-grade divine powers and 2 other types of divine powers. The difficulty of cultivation was even higher. Under Blue Merchant's guidance and his own amazing talent, he had only awakened the origin divine power factor of the sovereign divine power and the imperishable sword force. Moreover, he had only awakened it once. There was still a long way to go before he could awaken the origin divine power factor of the other divine-grade divine powers. This made Lu Ming feel a little helpless. If he gave up on the other types of divine powers and focused on 1 or 2, then the advantage of the universe myriad Dao technique would not be able to be fully utilized. Could it be that there was something in the Taishu Imperial Sacred Institute that could help him cultivate divine powers? As expected, Blue Merchant said, the Taishu Imperial Sacred Institute has a cultivation holy land that can greatly help in comprehending divine powers and origin divine power factor. It can even increase the chances of awakening the origin secret technique. There's such a place? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. No wonder all the geniuses of the Taishu dynasty racked their brains to enter the Taishu Imperial Sacred Institute. It turned out that there was such a cultivation holy land in the Taishu Imperial Sacred Institute. The myriad deity cliff in Xingyue ancient city had a similar function. However, it would only be activated once in a very long period of time. Each time, one could only cultivate for 3 years. The duration was too short and the help it provided was very limited. Moreover, it would only be of great help to those who had not awakened their origin divine power factor. After awakening it once, the effects would be very weak. However, the sacred cultivation ground of the Great Void Imperial Sacred Academy would not be so weak. Moreover, this was only one of the cultivation grounds of the Taishu Imperial Academy. There were many other mysterious places. The other is the problem of future development. Blue Merchant continued to explain, if you develop well in the Great Void Imperial Sacred Academy, you can even establish your own family, occupy your own territory, and establish your own power. Establishing a family? Lu Ming's heart trembled. That's right. There are currently 27 Heavenly King palaces in the Taishu dynasty. Do you think that they have existed since the Taishu dynasty was established? That's not the case. Some of them were conferred when the dynasty was established. Some of them were established by establishing their own families, and then slowly grew stronger until they were successfully promoted to Heavenly King palaces. For example, the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Palace and the 9 Ju Heavenly King Palace were established by the 9 Sabers Heavenly King and the 9 Sabers Heavenly King respectively. They were promoted to Heavenly King palaces step by step. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He did not expect the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Palace and the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Palace to be established by the 9 Sabers Heavenly King and the 9 Sabers Heavenly King. He had always thought that they were conferred when the Taishu dynasty was established. For example, the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Palace was conferred when the Taishu dynasty was established. It evolved from the original 9 Serenities sect. Therefore, the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Palace and the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Palace are considered weak among the 27 Heavenly King Palaces. After all, their foundation is too shallow. In addition, there are also forces that establish their own families. They occupy a territory and develop their forces. Although they are not as strong as the 27 Heavenly King Palaces, their strength is still very strong. As long as they accumulate enough strength, it is possible for them to become the 28th Heavenly King Palace, or even the 29th Heavenly King Palace. And if you want to establish your own family, in addition to great merits, there is another opportunity. That is, when the Taishu Imperial Sacred Court is held, countless geniuses will gather, and the Sacred Emperor will come in person. As long as you are in the top 10 when the Taishu Imperial Sacred Court is held, you will be qualified to establish your own family. And if you want to reverse the verdict for Jingyu, not only do you have to find out the truth of what happened back then, but you also have to be strong and have enough foundation. Only then can you reverse the verdict for Jingyu. So, my request for you is to be in the top 10 when the Taishu Imperial Sacred Court is held this time. Then, you will be qualified to establish your own family. Then, use this as a foundation to strengthen your forces. Only when your forces are strong enough, or even become the new Heavenly King Palace, will the chances of you reversing the verdict for Jingyu increase. Blue Merchant said a lot in one breath. Are the top 10 of the Taishu dynasty qualified to establish their own families? Lu Ming whispered. Then, he nodded solemnly and said, Uncle Lan Shu, don't worry. I will definitely be in the top 10. Don't be careless. It's not that easy to be in the top 10. With your current strength, it's impossible. You should know that only the 9-Blade Heavenly King Palace and the 9-Ju Heavenly King Palace and those who are below the first layer of the Divine King realm will participate in this competition. The 2 Heavenly King Palaces have geniuses who are above the first layer of the Divine King realm. Moreover, among the 27 Heavenly King Palaces, the 9-Blade Heavenly King Palace and the 9-Ju Heavenly King Palace are the weakest. The other Heavenly King Palaces are more powerful and have more geniuses. Other than the 27 Heavenly King Palaces, there are many forces that have not reached the level of a Heavenly King Palace. For example, the Marquis Palace and the General's Palace have many geniuses too. The most important thing is the Taishu dynasty itself. The Taishu dynasty occupies a vast and rich territory. It's the core of the Taishu dynasty. There are many geniuses there. The number of geniuses there is more than the 27 Heavenly King Palaces, the Marquis Palace and the General's Palace combined. Now, you know how difficult it is to be in the top 10. Blue Merchant said solemnly. Lu Ming frowned. After listening to what Blue Merchant said, it was indeed difficult to be in the top 10. There are still 200 years left. During this time, you should cultivate harder. With your talent, you might have a chance. Once you're in the top 10, you'll be able to enter the Taishu Imperial family's holy courtyard and receive more resources. You'll also be qualified to establish your own family. This is very important for your future development. Blue Merchant said. I understand. Lu Ming nodded solemnly with a determined look in his eyes. He had to be in the top 10. Alright, that's all I have to say to you. Next, do you have any questions for me? Ask away. Blue Merchant smiled and the atmosphere relaxed. Lu Ming naturally had questions. Immediately, Lu Ming asked Blue Merchant about the cultivation comprehension of the Gate of Domination. Chapter 3149. Lu Ming stayed at Lan Shan's place, wholeheartedly seeking guidance from the Gate of Domination. His understanding of the Gate of Domination improved rapidly, and so did his usage of the Gate of Domination. As his understanding of the Gate of Dominion deepened, not only did its power increase, but the amount of godly power he needed to use it also decreased. Moreover, as he comprehended the Gate of Dominion, Lu Ming's understanding of the sovereign's godly power also deepened. Lu Ming's sovereign's godly power had already been cultivated to the limit of the first awakening. Now, Lu Ming felt that he was getting closer and closer to the second awakening. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been cultivating in Blue Merchant's place for half a month. On this day, while Lu Ming was cultivating, a powerful aura suddenly came from behind Blue Merchant's place. The aura spread, containing the might of a godly king. Someone was breaking through to the godly king realm. Lu Ming's heart thumped, and he instantly understood. It's Ling breaking through to the godly king realm. That girl finally succeeded after a period of seclusion. A smile appeared on Blue Merchant's face. So it's Lan Ling breaking through. Lu Ming's heart thumped. Come, let's go take a look. Blue Merchant said, and then headed to the back of the villa. Lu Ming followed behind. Behind Blue Merchant's place was a purple bamboo forest. At this moment, Lan Ling was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the bamboo forest, surrounded by godly light. Her beauty was indescribable. Her body constantly emitted powerful ripples, causing the surrounding bamboo to bend. However, this kind of bamboo was very tough, and didn't break. As time passed, Lan Ling's aura grew stronger, especially her dantian, which was emitting resplendent light. Lu Ming seemed to see a star core in her dantian. Yes, at this moment, Lan Ling's godly flame had completely transformed into a star core. This meant that Lan Ling was close to breaking through. Hoo! Suddenly, Lan Ling's body exploded with a strong suction force. The divine qi of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards Lan Ling's body. Luckily, the divine qi on the starry sky camp star peak was so dense that it could not be dispersed. There was no need to worry about the lack of divine qi. Large amounts of divine qi were absorbed by Lan Ling and converted into divine power. About half a day later, Lan Ling let out a delicate shout. Her figure soared into the sky and stood on top of a purple bamboo. She looked like a fairy. She had successfully broken through to the God King realm and had completely stabilized her cultivation. Ling, congratulations. Blue Merchant smiled. To the cultivators of the primitive universe, becoming a godly monarch was a hurdle. The empty God realm, the true God realm, and the divine realm were the process of condensing and strengthening the divine flame. It could be said that it was the foundation of the cultivation of the divine realm. In the boundless great thousand world, it was the lowest level of existence. As for the divine king realm, condensing the star core was equivalent to grasping the key to becoming a stronger expert. In the entire divine realm, this was already considered as a higher level of cultivation. In the primitive universe, various races and countless existences were trapped in the heavenly God realm, unable to break through. Only 1 in 10,000 could break through to the divine king realm. Once one crossed over to the divine king realm, it would be another level. Blue Merchant was naturally happy. Thank you, Father. Lan Ling's clear voice resounded. Then, her eyes fell on Lu Ming. She revealed a cold and arrogant look and said, Lu Ming, so you're here too. Very well, it's time to settle the score. I've said before that I won't let you off after I reach the divine king realm. Having said that, Lan Ling's body emitted a powerful aura. An ancient aura filled the air and pressed down on Lu Ming. Ling, you, Blue Merchant was just about to speak but was interrupted by Lan Ling. Father, don't plead for him. It's useless no matter who pleads for him today. I must return the humiliation that he gave me. Lan Ling said. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth when she recalled how Lu Ming had slapped her in certain areas. That's not what I meant. Blue Merchant felt helpless. He knew that Lu Ming had defeated all the geniuses of the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion and the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Even if Lan Ling had broken through to the Divine King realm, she was still no match for Lu Ming. He wanted to persuade Lan Ling not to fight with Lu Ming. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Lan Ling again. Father, don't say any more. I won't listen. Lan Ling said stubbornly. Lu Ming wore an inexplicable smile and said, Uncle Lan Shu, don't interfere. Let Lady Ling fight. Otherwise, she won't be appeased. Blue Merchant looked at the naughty smile on Lu Ming's face and couldn't help but mourn for Lan Ling. However, as a father, he was really irresponsible. He thought about it again. Fighting was a form of love. Perhaps Lu Ming and Lan Ling would develop feelings for each other after fighting? Therefore, he showed a helpless expression and sighed, forget it. You young people can do whatever you want. I can't control you. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Blue Merchant's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming was stunned when Blue Merchant left so quickly. This kind of father is really unreliable. Lu Ming despised him in his heart. Humph, Lu Ming, there's no one here now. Make your move. I'll give you 3 moves. The aura on Lan Ling's body became stronger and stronger, enveloping Lu Ming. Breaking through to the Divine King realm, coupled with her awakened origin divine power, caused her strength to skyrocket many times. Although the strength Lu Ming displayed back then was strong, she had full confidence in suppressing Lu Ming. Today, I'll make you beg for mercy. Lan Ling muttered silently in her heart. Giving me 3 moves, are you serious? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Make your move. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to make your move. Lan Ling's face was cold and arrogant. She was very confident. Alright, since you have such a strong request, then I won't be polite. Take this. Lu Ming shouted softly. Sovereign divine power surged, and then the Sovereign's Gate appeared. As soon as Lu Ming struck, he used his most powerful move, Gate of Domination. Boom! The Sovereign's Gate shook and suppressed Lan Ling directly. As soon as the Ruler's Gate appeared, a terrifying fluctuation swept towards Lan Ling in an overwhelming manner. You're using an origin secret technique? Lan Ling had followed Blue Merchant for many years, so she was very knowledgeable. The moment she saw the Sovereign's Gate, she recognized it as an origin secret technique. She couldn't believe her eyes. Lu Ming was only at the Heavenly God realm, but he had already awakened an origin secret technique. At this moment, she finally understood what the Blue Merchant's and Lu Ming's expressions meant. But it was too late. She used all her strength and pushed her strength to the limit, wanting to block the attack of the Sovereign's Gate. However, Lu Ming could even defeat Yuan Yu with the Sovereign's Gate. Lan Ling's origin divine power had only awakened once, so there was a huge gap between her and Yuan Yu, let alone Lu Ming. Boom! Under the suppression of the Sovereign's Gate, all of Lan Ling's attacks and defenses couldn't withstand a single blow and were instantly destroyed. Chapter 3150. Lu Ming destroyed Lan Ling's attack and defense with the Gate of Domination. A powerful force fell on Lan Ling's body. Of course, Lu Ming controlled the power of the Gate of Domination and did not suppress it with full force. The power of the Gate of Domination only caused Lan Ling to feel numb all over. She could not exert any strength and fell to the ground. Swoosh! Lu Ming cast the 9 Heavens Kuan Peng technique. In a flash, he held Lan Ling in his hands. What are you doing? Let me go. Lan Ling cried out. Her eyes were filled with fear. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was on the verge of tears. She really wanted to cry. She had finally broken through to the Divine King realm and her strength had increased greatly. She thought she could finally suppress Lu Ming and take revenge. She had never thought that Lu Ming would awaken the secret art of origin. His strength had increased tremendously. She couldn't withstand a single blow. She felt wronged and helpless. She wanted to cry. Could Lu Ming really suppress her? What am I doing? Of course I'm teaching you a lesson. Lu Ming curled his lips and then slapped Lan Ling on a certain part of her body. Pa! A crisp sound echoed throughout the purple bamboo forest. In an instant, Lan Ling's face and neck turned red. Her eyes were filled with shame and anger. Dad, this pervert is bullying your daughter. Come and help me, Dad, Lan Ling shouted and wanted to ask Blue Merchant to help her. In the courtyard, Blue Merchant sat cross-legged and murmured, I'm in seclusion. I can't hear you. I'm in seclusion. I can't hear you. If Lan Ling saw this scene, she would probably vomit blood. In the purple bamboo forest, Lu Ming grinned. Scream, no one will care about you. Admit defeat and apologize. If you obey me in the future, I'll let you go. Don't even think about it. Lan Ling glared at Lu Ming. Pa! Lu Ming's palm slapped down. Lan Ling's delicate body trembled, her face flushed red, and she gritted her teeth without saying a word. Lu Ming slapped her several times, but Lan Ling was still glaring at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was speechless. This girl was really stubborn. That's all for today. Remember, if there's a next time, it won't be this kind of lesson, he. As he spoke, Lu Ming's gaze swept over Lan Ling's body a few times, making Lan Ling's body tense up. Then, he flung Lan Ling away. Lu Ming's body soared into the sky and quickly flew away. His voice rang out, Uncle Lan Shu, Lu Ming will come and seek guidance another day. As his voice faded, Lu Ming was already far away. Sigh, what is Ling thinking? Lu Ming is so outstanding. Why doesn't she like him? Blue Merchant muttered. In the next moment, Lan Ling rushed over angrily, glaring at Blue Merchant. Father, why didn't you help me just now? Lan Ling questioned. Ling, you know that your father's star core is destroyed. I'm old and my hearing is bad. I can't hear you. Blue Merchant sighed. Lan Ling was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. Although Blue Merchant's star core was destroyed, his soul force was shockingly strong. He could even suppress a peak God King expert. How could he say that he couldn't hear her? Is this still my father? Lan Ling wailed in her heart. She could only leave while trembling. Lu Ming sped all the way back to the courtyard where he lived. However, as soon as he approached his courtyard, he could feel a vast aura in the courtyard. At the same time, the divine aura of the heavens and earth was crazily gathering towards the courtyard. It was like a bottomless pit, devouring the divine aura of the heavens and earth. Breakthrough to the God King realm. Autumn Moon has broken through to the God King realm. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Through the aura, he could easily determine that this aura came from Autumn Moon. Moreover, she was breaking through to the God King realm. Moreover, she was at the final stage. Autumn Moon was almost done with her breakthrough. Outside the other courtyards, there were many people who were watching this scene. All of them were incomparably shocked. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with these people. He stepped into the courtyard and waited quietly. Lu Ming didn't have to wait for long. In less than half a day, the aura of Autumn Moon quickly retracted. Then, Autumn Moon's door opened and Autumn Moon walked out. Autumn Moon, you've broken through? As soon as Autumn Moon attacked, Lu Ming went up to her. Young master, I've broken through. Autumn Moon replied with a joyful look on her face. She wasn't happy because she had become stronger. She was happy because she could help Lu Ming now that she had become stronger. Amazing! Lu Ming exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Thinking back, when he brought Autumn Moon from the chaotic galaxy to Kongshan School, Autumn Moon's cultivation was far inferior to his. However, since Autumn Moon had awakened the 9-aperture sacred heart, Autumn Moon's cultivation had improved faster than riding on a space battleship. Especially after she had obtained the inheritance of the Divine Eye, the Lord of Heaven, her cultivation had increased exponentially. Now, Lu Ming was still in the level 7 heavenly god realm while Autumn Moon had already broken through to the god king realm. This speed would really scare people to death if they knew about it. Autumn Moon, I'll give you something good. Lu Ming said and then took out the Divine Power Source Pearl. Lu Ming planned to give the Divine Power Source Pearl to Autumn Moon so that Autumn Moon could awaken the Origin Source secret technique. Young Master, what's this? Autumn Moon looked at the Divine Power Source Pearl curiously. This is the Divine Power Source Pearl. It can help people awaken the Origin Source secret technique from the Origin Source Divine Power Factor. Lu Ming explained the function of the Divine Power Source Pearl. It can help people awaken the Origin Source secret technique? Then there's no need. Autumn Moon rolled her eyes and said. No need? Lu Ming was surprised. What did she mean? Because I've already awakened the Origin Source secret technique. Autumn Moon smiled. What? What? Lu Ming was tongue-tied and was about to be stunned. Autumn Moon had awakened the Origin Source secret technique? It couldn't be, right? She had broken through to the Divine King realm and awakened the Origin Source secret technique? Young Master, look. After saying that, Autumn Moon activated her sovereign divine power. Her body emitted a purplish gold light. Then, an ancient scimitar appeared above her head. This scimitar looked like it was made of stone. It was engraved with the marks of time, and it was filled with an ancient aura. Origin Source secret technique, it's really the Origin Source secret technique. Lu Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had already awakened the Gate of Domination. There was no way he would be wrong. This was the Origin Source secret technique. Different people with the same type of divine grade divine power could awaken different secret arts of origin. Those who didn't control the sovereign divine power could awaken the Gate of Domination or other Origin Source secret techniques. My Origin Source secret technique is called the Blade of Domination. Autumn Moon explained. Amazing, amazing, Lu Ming didn't know how to describe his feelings. He had worked so hard and narrowly escaped death to awaken his origin secret magic in the midst of fierce battles. Autumn Moon had only gone into seclusion. Not only had she broken through to the Divine King realm, but she had also awakened the Origin Source secret technique. Of course, the stronger Autumn Moon was, the happier Lu Ming was. Young Master, Autumn Moon can help you now, right? Autumn Moon was also very happy. Of course. Lu Ming nodded. With Autumn Moon's current strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat Autumn Moon. He controlled many types of divine powers. Autumn Moon also controlled many types of divine powers. His advantages were the battle formula, the measure formula, and the ancient god body. However, Autumn Moon had the god-killing light. With her cultivation of the first heaven of the Divine King realm and the Blade of Domination, her fighting strength would definitely be terrifying. Chapter 3151. By the way, Autumn Moon, how did you awaken the Origin Source secret technique so quickly? Lu Ming asked curiously. I don't know either. I inherited the inheritance of the Divine Lord of Heaven. When I broke through to the Divine Crystal realm, it seemed like the experience of awakening the Origin Source secret technique would appear in my mind. Then, I naturally awakened it. Autumn Moon said. Lu Ming nodded. Autumn Moon originally had the 9 orifices sacred heart, and her talent was shocking. Coupled with the experience of the Divine Lord of Heaven, it was normal for her to awaken the Origin Source secret technique. One had to know that the Divine Lord of Heaven was a giant in the heavenly palace. In the entire primitive universe, he was a peak expert, an overlord. This was the benefit of obtaining the inheritance of an unparalleled expert. No one else could compare. Young Master, you should keep the Divine Power Source bead. You still have other divine powers that you can use. Autumn Moon said. All right then. You just broke through, so you should consolidate your cultivation. Lu Ming said. The two chatted for a while more before returning to their rooms. Lu Ming returned to his room and played with the Divine Power Source bead in his hand. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming kept the Divine Power Source bead. He didn't plan to use it now. Now, other than the sovereign's divine power, as long as he awakened the origin source secret technique with the undying sword force, he could only awaken the undying sword force's origin source secret technique with the divine power source bead. However, Lu Ming didn't use a sword, but a spear. Awakening the origin source secret technique of the undying sword force wouldn't be of much help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to use the divine power source bead on the Overlord spear force after awakening the origin source secret technique of the Overlord spear force. This would give Lu Ming the greatest improvement. Moreover, the Sovereign's Gate was enough for Lu Ming now. His current level of cultivation was still low, but he was already unable to control a single type of Chief Sovereign's Gate. Even if he were to awaken another quintessence technique, he wouldn't have enough divine power to use it. He might as well keep the godly power source bead for later use. Lu Ming continued to cultivate in seclusion. Time passed quickly, and 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. Cultivating like this is too slow. Lu Ming frowned. What he wasn't satisfied with was the increase in his cultivation base. Although the quantifying character formula was constantly refining the stellar core, he had mastered 10 types of divine powers. Even with the constant replenishment of energy from the stellar core, the progress of his cultivation base was still very slow. There's only one way to improve my cultivation base quickly, and that's to find treasures of extreme cold to speed up the refinement of the stellar core. Lu Ming pondered. No matter what, cultivation was the foundation. As long as his cultivation increased, the power of his other divine skills and secret arts would also grow stronger. The day of the Taishu imperial family's sacred institute was getting closer and closer, but his cultivation base was too low. He was only a level 7 heavenly god, which was nothing in the vast Taishu dynasty. He had to increase his cultivation base quickly, and it would be best if he could break through to level 8 or level 9 heavenly god before the sacred institute of the Taishu imperial family opened. I'll go ask Zifeng and the others where I can buy treasures of extreme cold in the Jiuju Heavenly King residence. Lu Ming pondered. With that thought, Lu Ming left the starry camp and secretly went to the Wu family. When he arrived at the Wu family, he successfully met with Wu Zifeng. You want to buy treasures of extreme cold? Wu Zifeng frowned and pondered. A moment later, his eyes lit up and he said, Brother Lu, if you want to buy treasures of extreme cold, there's a chance soon. In the Heavenly King district, the large-scale auction that happens once every 10,000 years is about to begin. There might be treasures of extreme cold at the auction. Auction? Lu Ming was startled. That's right. The auction is held by the Jiuju Heavenly King residence once every 10,000 years. When the time comes, there will be all kinds of treasures, including extreme cold treasures. Wu Zifeng said. When will it be held? Lu Ming's interest was piqued. 10 days later, Brother Lu can stay at the Wu family's residence. We'll go together then. Wu Zifeng said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and stayed at the Wu family's residence. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. This time, many people from the Wu family were heading to the Heavenly King district, including some powerful existences. Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng followed the Wu family's experts to the Heavenly King district. The Heavenly King district was still bustling with activity. They strolled around the Heavenly King district, and when the auction began, they headed to the auction. The auction was huge, and it was crowded with people. At a glance, there were at least a few 100,000 people. The Wu family was a big family, so they naturally had a special VIP room. They waited quietly in the VIP room. Soon, the auction officially began. The auctioneer let people take out the treasures one by one. This auction was worthy of being the biggest auction in the Jiuju Heavenly King residence. There were too many treasures. Many treasures made Lu Ming extremely excited. Even if many high-level divine kings participated in the bidding, Lu Ming could only stare at the prices. After half a day, Lu Ming did not buy a single treasure. It was mainly the low-grade treasures that Lu Ming did not care about. As for the high-grade treasures, a bunch of divine kings were competing for them, and he could not intervene. However, the Wu family's experts bought a few good treasures after a few rounds. The next treasure is called the mysterious cold ice lotus seed. It's an extreme cold treasure. Those who want to buy an extreme cold treasure, hurry up and make your move. The auctioneer took out a jade box. After opening the jade box, there were dozens of lotus seeds neatly arranged in it. A total of 36 mysterious cold ice lotus seeds. The starting price is 360,000 high-grade divine crystals. Each bid must not be lower than 20,000 high-grade divine crystals. Let's begin. The auctioneer called out. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone started to bid. 380,000 high-grade divine crystals. 400,000 high-grade divine crystals. The price rose steadily, and soon, it reached 500,000 high-grade divine crystals. 30 mysterious cold ice lotus seeds. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he was extremely excited. He decided to buy it. It would definitely be useful for him to refine the star core of a star. Fortunately, although the mysterious cold ice lotus seed was precious, it was not of much use to high-level divine kings. Hence, there were no high-level divine kings competing for it. It was not impossible for Lu Ming to buy it. During this period of time, he had killed many strong enemies. The number of high-grade divine crystals he had on him was at least a few million. 800,000 high-grade divine crystals. Lu Ming said directly, and pushed the price to 800,000 high-grade divine crystals. The place fell silent. Adding so many high-grade divine crystals in one go showed that Lu Ming was determined to get it. Many people started to hesitate if they should increase the price. 1 million. After a while, someone said. 1,200,000. Lu Ming followed suit and spoke. Then, that person fell silent. The auctioneer asked a few questions, but no one made a bid. The mysterious cold ice lotus seed was successfully bought by Lu Ming for 1,200,000 high-grade divine crystals. Soon, the payment was made. 36 mysterious cold ice lotus seeds fell into Lu Ming's hands. Chapter 3152. After buying 36 mysterious cold ice lotus seeds, Lu Ming had a smile on his face. This trip was not in vain. 36 mysterious cold ice lotus seeds might be able to help him refine a large amount of stellar cores and improve his cultivation. However, some people were discussing in secret. That voice was so familiar. I think I heard it somewhere before. It's Lu Ming. I think it's Lu Ming's voice. It's him. I didn't hear it wrongly. He's a heavenly god, yet he's so rich. Some people were discussing. Lu Ming. In the auction, a few young men's eyes flickered. The auction continued. Lu Ming didn't make any moves in the following auction because the prices of many treasures were too high. He couldn't make a move even if he wanted to. He only made a few moves when the auction ended. He bought a few cold attributed treasures, but their quality couldn't be compared to the mysterious cold ice lotus seeds. After the auction ended, everyone left the auction house. Lu Ming still followed the Wu family. He planned to return to the Wu family first before returning to the Starry Sky camp. However, when they were walking on the street, they were blocked by a group of people. Jin family, what are you trying to do? Wu Zifeng said coldly. Blocking in front of them was a group of people wearing golden robes. With one look, one could tell that they were from the Jin family. I'm looking for Lu Ming for something. A young man stepped out from the Jin family. He had a majestic gait and an extraordinary temperament. Looking for me? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Brother Jin, you're really fast. At this moment, another group of people came from another direction. The leader was also a young man with an extraordinary temperament. This newcomer had wings on his back. He was from the winged person family. Brother E. The leader of the Jin family smiled. The Jin family and the winged person family blocked in front of the Wu family. This scene attracted the attention of the surrounding people. It's the Jin family and the winged person family. Why are they blocking the Wu family? Are they going to fight? That's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is with the Wu family. Could their target be Lu Ming? Many people secretly discussed. Why are you looking for me? Fight? Sorry, I'm not free. Lu Ming said. I won't fight today, but I'll make a deal with you. The Jin family young man smiled. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you've already awakened your origin secret technique. The divine power source bead is useless to you. Why don't you sell it to me? Name your price. Sell it to me, the price is negotiable. After that, the young man from the Wing clan spoke as well. Lu Ming suddenly understood that the other party was coveting the god power source bead. Lu Ming glanced at the young man from the Jin family and the young man from the Wing's family. He could feel that these two young men had powerful auras. Their cultivation bases were probably above the first king god layer. That was why they hadn't participated in the competition for the divine power source bead. The date of the Great Void Imperial Academy's opening was getting closer and closer. Everyone was focused on improving their strength. Awakening their origin secret technique would undoubtedly increase their strength. That was why they were coveting Lu Ming's god power source bead. Since Lu Ming had already awakened his origin secret technique, they concluded that Lu Ming's god power source bead had not been used yet. I'm not selling it. Lu Ming said coldly. You're not selling it? Lu Ming, since you've already awakened your origin secret technique, the god power source bead is useless to you. Why don't you sell it? That's the only way to show its value. The young man from the Jin family said coldly. That's right. The young man from the Wing's family also said coldly. Even if it's worthless, why should I sell it? Also, even if I want to sell it, why should I sell it to the Jin family? The Wing's family? How shameless are you? Are you more shameless than the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King? Lu Ming retorted, full of sarcasm. Back then, the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King wanted to buy the God Power Source bead, but Lu Ming refused to sell it. Yet, they wanted to buy it. What a joke. Moreover, the Jin family and the Wing's family had a life-and-death feud with Lu Ming. Why would Lu Ming sell it to them? You, the young man from the Jin family had an ugly expression. Lu Ming, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The young man from the Wing's family said coldly. Why? You still want to force a sale? The Heavenly King said that the God Power Source bead belongs to me now that I've obtained it. Are you going to defy the Heavenly King's order? Lu Ming sneered. The people from the Jin family and the Wing's family had ugly expressions. With so many people present, they did not dare to touch Lu Ming. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King had said that whoever dared to snatch Lu Ming's God Power Source bead would be going against him. In the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence, who would dare to go against the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King? Lu Ming, if you keep the God Power Source bead and don't use it yourself, wouldn't it be a waste? Why don't you give it to the other Sky Prides of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence? This way, when the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court convenes, the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence will be stronger and raise their heads in front of the other Heavenly King residences, getting rid of the title of last place. The young man from the Jin family said loudly. These words made many people around them ponder. As the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence was developed later, they did not have a strong foundation. Among the 27 Heavenly King residences, they had always been the last. The second last was the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence had always been suppressed by the other Heavenly King residences. When the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court was convened, it was actually a competition between the various Heavenly King residences. The more geniuses there were, the stronger they were, and naturally, the more famous they would be. There would also be more experts joining, and the strength of the Heavenly King residence would naturally become stronger. And a divine power source bead could definitely create a terrifying genius. Although Lu Ming had awakened the origin source secret technique, his cultivation was too low. No one thought that Lu Ming would be able to achieve anything on the day of the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court's opening. However, if the divine power source bead was given to a second-layer divine king realm or even stronger genius, then a terrifying genius would appear. On the day of the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court's opening, the 9 Sabers' Heavenly King residents would also be able to hold their heads high. The young man from the Jin family wanted to push Lu Ming out. Even if they couldn't get it, they wanted Lu Ming to sell the Divine Power Source bead to others. If Lu Ming didn't sell it, it meant that he didn't care about the reputation of the 9 Sabers' Heavenly King residents. In this way, they could push Lu Ming to the opposite side of the other aristocratic families, and make the other aristocratic families have a bad impression of Lu Ming. What a vicious scheme. However, would Lu Ming care about this? Get lost. Lu Ming scolded coldly. What? What did you say? The young man from the Jin family was enraged. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, so you don't want to sell the Divine Power Source bead at all? You're too selfish. You don't care about the reputation of the Heavenly King residents. You're still cultivating in the Starry Camp. The Heavenly King residence has nurtured you, and this is how you repay them? The young man from the Jin family said loudly, continuing to accuse Lu Ming. On the day of the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court's opening, I will let the Heavenly King residence rise. We won't be suppressed by the other Heavenly King residences. Lu Ming said indifferently. You? Ha ha ha. You? Who do you think you are? Although you're talented, your cultivation is trash. You're nothing in front of the true geniuses. The young man from the Jin family sneered. Chapter 3153. It's just a wild dog barking. Zifeng, let's go. Lu Ming said indifferently. He then stepped into the air and walked away. He could not be bothered with the people from Jin family and Winged Man family. It was useless to say anything now. He would prove it with his actions when the time came. What did you say? Damn it. The young man from Jin family roared. His face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to slap Lu Ming to death. However, he did not dare to attack Lu Ming now. If he attacked Lu Ming now, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King would not let him go. No matter how angry he was, he could only watch as Lu Ming left. You can be arrogant now. One day, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The young men from Jin family and Winged Man family cursed in their hearts. Lu Ming returned to Wu family with Wu Zifeng and the rest before secretly returning to the Starry Camp. Old Liang, can these mysterious cold ice lotus seeds speed up the refinement of the stellar core? In the room, Lu Ming communicated with Measure Formula. Don't worry. I can integrate a portion of them. It's enough for you to reach level 8 Heavenly God. Measure Formula said. That's good. You can absorb these mysterious cold ice lotus seeds. Lu Ming let Measure Formula devour the 36 mysterious cold ice lotus seeds. He then focused on comprehending various divine skills and secret skills while waiting for Measure Formula to refine the energy. With the mysterious cold ice lotus seeds neutralizing the energy of the stellar core, Measure Formula's refinement speed skyrocketed. In just 3 years, it had refined a large amount of energy. Lu Ming continued to absorb the energy and turned it into his own divine power. He then began to break through to level 8 Heavenly God. After a few days of cultivation, Lu Ming's body exploded with a powerful aura. It was the aura of a level 8 Heavenly God. Lu Ming's cultivation base broke through another level and reached level 8 Heavenly God. The simultaneous breakthrough of 10 types of divine power made Lu Ming's divine power much stronger. Lu Ming had a much easier time using all sorts of divine abilities and secret arts, especially the quintessence secret art, the Sovereign's Gate. As a result, Lu Ming's power increased. Unfortunately, the energy neutralized by the mysterious cold ice lotus seed has been used up. Next, I'll have to rely on myself to slowly cultivate. Lu Ming sighed. Compared to the others, his speed of improvement was already astonishing, but he was still not satisfied. What he wanted to do was too difficult. 180 years later, when the Great Void Imperial Academy was held, he had to enter the top 10. Even if he broke through to the 8th layer Celestial God Realm, He had no hope. Now, he could only do his best and take things one step at a time. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. At the Blue Merchant's residence, there was an uninvited guest. A young man in luxurious robes with his hands clasped behind his back, and an extraordinary aura descended upon Blue Merchant's residence. The young man was not a disciple of the Starry Platoon. Normally, those who were not a disciple of the Starry Platoon would have trouble entering the platoon, but no one stopped him from entering. In the residence, Blue Merchant frowned at the man and said coldly, "What are you doing here?" "Third uncle, how have you been?" The young man said with a smile. "Don't call me third uncle, you've already chased me out of the Lan clan and cut off all ties with me. I'm no longer your third uncle." Blue Merchant said calmly, but his voice was filled with disdain. The young man smiled and said indifferently, "In my heart, you will always be my third uncle. There's no need for such hypocrisy. Tell me, why are you here at the 9 Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace instead of staying in the great illusionary sacred capital? I don't believe you're here just to see me." Blue Merchant said coldly. The young man was called Lan Feng, and Blue Merchant knew his character well. Lan Feng looked gentle on the surface, but he was cunning and vicious on the inside. "Third uncle is right. I didn't come here just to see you. I came to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion for 2 matters. One of them is related to Lan Ling." Blue Maple smiled faintly. He did not show any respect to Blue Mountain, his third uncle. "Related to Ling Air? What's the matter?" Blue Merchant's eyes narrowed, and he had a bad feeling about this. "Third uncle, do you still remember that you brought cousin Lan Ling to the holy capital 300 years ago?" Blue Maple paused for a moment before continuing with a smile. "Cousin Lan Ling is a national beauty. The moment she arrived at the holy capital, she startled all the young geniuses there. How many people have fallen head over heels for her? Among them, the son of the imperial tutor, Wu Fan, is a peerless genius. All these years, he has never forgotten about cousin Lan Ling. Even the imperial tutor personally went to the Lan family to propose marriage. The Lan family has agreed to betroth cousin Lan Ling to Wu Fan. One of the reasons I'm here is to bring cousin Lan Ling back to the holy capital and marry Wu Fan." Boom! After hearing what Lan Feng had said, a violent aura exploded from Blue Merchant's body. His glabella shone, and a terrifying spiritual energy swept towards Lan Feng like a gust of wind, forcing Lan Feng to take a few steps back. "You want Lan Ling to marry Wu Fan? Impossible." Blue Merchant's hair stood on end and his eyes were burning with anger. He was like a mad lion. He was indeed furious. Back then, he was Jing Yu's teacher and the peerless genius of the Lan family. He was hailed as the future of the Lan family. However, Jing Yu was framed and died. He was implicated and his star core was destroyed. He was almost a cripple. At the same time, the Lan family announced to the world that they had expelled Lan Shang from the Lan family in order to cut off all ties with him and avoid being implicated. But now, the Lan family had agreed to let Lan Ling marry Wu Fan. Why? Blue Merchant, this is the decision of the Lan family's higher-ups. You have no right to reject it. Lan Feng shouted. No right to reject? Ha ha ha, what a joke. The Lan family had already expelled me. I, Blue Merchant, am no longer a member of the Lan family. What right do you have to decide Lan Ling's life? Blue Merchant laughed. The Lan family expelled you, not Lan Ling. Lan Ling has the blood of the Lan family flowing in her body. The Lan family has the right to decide for her. You have to understand that Wu Fan is the only son of the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor is the Crown Prince's teacher. Lan Feng shouted. Blue Merchant sneered. Although the Lan family was a big family in the Great Void's sacred capital and had a long history, they were still a distance away from the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor was not only powerful, but he was also the Crown Prince's teacher. He had great power. Wu Fan had taken a fancy to Lan Ling. The Lan family wanted to use the marriage between Lan Ling and the Grand Tutor to strengthen the Lan family's power. However, Blue Merchant had already been expelled from the Lan family. The Lan family's actions were shameless. Lan Ling is my daughter. She has nothing to do with the Lan family. She will never marry Wu Fan. Get lost. Blue Merchant's face became colder and colder. Blue Merchant, don't be stubborn, Lan Feng shouted. If you don't get lost, I will have to do it myself. A cold light flashed in Blue Merchant's eyes. His soul power continued to spread and suppressed Lan Feng. Chapter 3154. Although Blue Merchant's star core was destroyed, his soul power was still shockingly strong. Even a peak divine king would be suppressed, let alone Blue Maple. His enormous soul power was as heavy as a mountain and almost forced Blue Maple to kneel down. Blue Merchant, just you wait. Wu Fan won't be able to run away from the woman he has set his eyes on. Blue Maple roared furiously and rushed out of Blue Merchant's courtyard in a sorry state. He flew into the distance with an ugly expression. Blue Maple had not flown far when he saw a young man flying towards him. He was obviously flying towards Blue Merchant's courtyard. This young man was Lu Ming. Lu Ming had been cultivating for a while and felt that he had encountered a problem. Hence, he came here to seek advice from Blue Merchant and coincidentally bumped into Blue Maple. Seeing Lu Ming flying towards Blue Merchant's courtyard, Blue Maple glanced at Lu Ming coldly and killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, he did not make a move in the end. He passed by Lu Ming and flew into the distance. Who is this guy? I have never seen him before. This is the first time I have seen him and he actually showed killing intent towards me. He must be crazy. Lu Ming muttered and flew into Blue Merchant's courtyard. He saw Blue Mountain standing there with a gloomy expression. He was frowning and looked as if he had a lot on his mind. Uncle Lan Shu, what happened? Is it related to the young man I met just now? Lu Ming asked curiously. You met him just now? Blue Merchant asked. Yes, he even showed killing intent towards me. Lu Ming said. This person is indeed narrow-minded. He showed killing intent towards me and even towards people related to me. Blue Merchant said with a gloomy expression. After muttering to himself for a while, Blue Merchant continued, this person is called Blue Maple and he is from Great Void's sacred capital's Lan family. Surnamed Lan? Lan family? Lu Ming's expression changed. You guessed right. This person is from the same family as me. However, he is no longer related to me, Blue Merchant sighed softly. He didn't hide anything and simply explained the situation. He told him everything about how he had been chased out of the Lan family and how the Lan family was going to marry Lan Ling to Wu Fan to form an alliance through marriage. How shameless. After hearing this, Lu Ming was also furious. He didn't feel uncomfortable because Lan Ling was going to marry Wu Fan. He actually wanted Lan Ling to marry someone else. He was just feeling indignant on behalf of Blue Merchant. After so many years of interaction, he had already silently regarded Blue Merchant as his teacher. Blue Maple is a very narrow-minded person. You should be careful when you're with Ling. If he finds out, it won't be good for you. Blue Merchant warned seriously. Lu Ming wailed. When am I going to get along with Lan Ling? Lu Ming was speechless. He wouldn't have a love rival for no reason, would he? That would be unfair. Forget it. Let's not talk about this first. Why are you looking for me? Blue Merchant changed the topic. Lu Ming immediately asked about his cultivation problems, and Blue Merchant began to guide him. After Lu Ming was enlightened, he returned to his residence to cultivate. In an elegant courtyard in the Heavenly King district, it was bustling with noise and excitement. There was a banquet being held here. The main character of the banquet was Blue Maple. Blue Maple was the prodigy of the Lan family in the Great Void's sacred capital. His status was completely incomparable to the great families in the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence. Naturally, there would be a bunch of young prodigies trying to curry favor with him. For example, the Jean family, the Qin family, the Winged Person family, the Sun family, and so on. This time, it was the prodigies of these families who invited Blue Maple. Blue Maple sat on the main seat, and the prodigies of the various great worlds sat on both sides. Brother Blue, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Come, let me propose a toast to Brother Basket. A prodigy of the Jean family raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. You're welcome. Blue Maple replied casually and raised his wine cup to take a sip. There was a hint of disdain in the depths of his eyes. He couldn't be bothered with these so-called prodigies of the 9 extinction Heavenly King residents. In addition, he wasn't in a good mood because of Blue Merchant. Seeing that Blue Maple's attitude wasn't very enthusiastic, the crowd chatted casually. Oh yes, Brother Basket, are you here for the Divine Power Source Pearl? The prodigy of the Jean family suddenly spoke. Divine Power Source Pearl? Blue Maple was surprised. His eyes flashed as he said, could it be that the Divine Power Source Pearl appeared in the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence? Brother Basket, you don't know? The prodigy of the Jean family purposely asked. He also knew that Blue Maple most likely didn't know about the Divine Power Source Pearl appearing in the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence. He purposely asked just now, so naturally, he had his own plans. Could it be that the Divine Power Source Pearl really appeared? Tell me, what's going on? Blue Maple was suddenly energized. Brother Basket, the Divine Power Source Pearl did appear. Moreover, it's in the hands of a youth in the Starry Camp. The prodigy of the Jean family said. Who has it? Could it be that this person has obtained the Divine Power Source Pearl and has yet to refine it? Blue Merchant asked anxiously. The Divine Power Source Pearl was something that one could only come across by chance. Even in the great illusionary Saint Capital, it rarely appeared. He didn't expect to hear about the Divine Power Source Pearl when he came to the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence. His eyes were burning with passion. He definitely hasn't refined it. That youth is called Lu Ming and he's cultivating in the Starry Camp. The youth from the Jean family said confidently. That's right. The Divine Power Source Pearl must still be in the hands of Lu Ming. If Brother Basket wants it, you can snatch it away. A prodigy of the Winged Man family said. Snatch it away? Who do you think I am? Blue Maple's face darkened. I'm sorry. I said the wrong thing. Brother Blue, please don't take it to heart. The prodigy of the Winged Man family was shocked and quickly apologized. Blue Maple nodded and said, since that person called Lu Ming hasn't refined the Divine Power Source Pearl, he probably hasn't awakened his origin divine power factor. Hence, he can't use it. Let's buy the Divine Power Source Pearl. Blue 9, make a trip to the Starry Camp and find Lu Ming. Ask him to come and see me. Blue Maple instructed one of his subordinates. Yes. Young master. A youth in blue stepped out and bowed to Blue Maple. Then, he turned into a ray of light and left. The eyes of the youth from the Jean family and the prodigy of the Winged Man family flickered. They didn't say anything and didn't remind Blue Maple. Not only had Lu Ming awakened his origin divine power factor, he had also awakened his origin secret technique. They wanted Lu Ming to become enemies with Blue Maple so that they could kill him with a borrowed knife. If they reminded Blue Maple, it wouldn't be easy to borrow the knife. In Lu Ming's residence, he was comprehending the sovereign's divine power. As he cultivated, his comprehension of the sovereign's divine power had deepened. He had a feeling that he wasn't far away from the second awakening. However, it wasn't that easy to awaken the sovereign's divine power a second awakening. He still needed some luck. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes. He had sensed an aura looming over his residence. Furthermore, the aura was brazen and malicious. Lu Ming frowned and walked out of his room. Autumn Moon also sensed the aura. She ended her cultivation and walked out of her room. The two exchanged glances and walked out of the residence. Outside the residence, a young man in blue robes stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He was looking down at Lu Ming with a lofty expression. He was Blue Maple's subordinate, Blue 9. Chapter 3155. Lan Jiao stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. He looked down at Lu Ming and said coldly, "You're Lu Ming." "That's right." Why are you looking for me? Lu Ming said. My young master is looking for you. Come with me. Lan Jiao ordered and turned to leave. It was as if Lu Ming would follow him if he said so. However, Lu Ming stood there without moving and looked at Lan Jiao as if he was looking at a fool. Lan Jiao also noticed that Lu Ming did not move. He stopped and turned around. He frowned and said, Why aren't you coming with me? Who are you? Are we close? Lu Ming pursed his lips and was speechless. This guy was too confident. Oh, indeed, I haven't introduced myself. Lan Jiao smiled faintly and said, My young master is the young master of the Lan family in the Great Void's sacred city. Lan Feng, the Lan family in the Great Void's sacred city is not something your 9 extinction Heavenly King residents can compare to. Do you understand? My young master is looking for you. Come with me. After saying that, Lan Jiao turned around again. He then realized that Lu Ming still did not move. Why aren't you leaving? Lan Jiao's face turned cold. So, it's that Lan Feng. Why is he looking for me? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lan family? I've never heard of it. Your young master is looking for me. Ask him to come and visit me. I won't see you off. Lu Ming waved his sleeve and asked him to leave. What? Asking my young master to visit you? Kid, you're so arrogant. Who do you think you are? Lan Jiao's face changed drastically and he roared. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Ever since Lan Shang had told him about the Lan family, he already had a bad impression of the Lan family. Now that Lan Feng had actually told a servant to act all high and mighty in front of him, it would be strange if he had a good expression on his face. You're courting death. If you don't go, I'll break your legs and bring you to my young master. Lan Jiao roared. Then, his palms slashed out like blades. 2 beams of divine light slashed towards Lu Ming's legs. This Lan Jiao had the cultivation base of the first sky of King God realm. He was confident that this move could break Lu Ming's legs. You're really asking for it. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He didn't want to pay any attention to the other party, but since the other party wanted to court death, there was nothing he could do. His divine power condensed into a long spear. The long spear shook, and 2 spear lights burst out, crushing the divine light slashed by Lan Jiao. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and instantly approached Lan Jiao. His spear light was like a mountain as it bombarded down. Lan Jiao turned pale with fright. He never thought that Lu Ming, who was only in the 8th level of the Heaven God realm, would be so strong. With a loud roar, a blue sword light rushed out from his body and slashed towards Lu Ming. However, although Lan Jiao had divine-grade divine power, he hadn't awakened the divine origin factor. The difference between him and Lu Ming was too big. At this moment, Lu Ming had activated the battle character secret art. His spear light was as heavy as a mountain. It crushed down and bombarded the blue sword light. Boom! The sword light shook violently and then collapsed. The spear light hit Lan Jiao. Lan Jiao screamed and vomited blood. His body fell to the ground like a cannonball. Lu Ming took a step forward and stomped on one of Lan Jiao's legs. Crack! Ah! The sound of bones breaking and Lan Jiao's scream spread far and wide. Lu Ming crippled someone again. Now, who dares to provoke the devil Lu Ming? You're courting death. The people in the other courtyards were alarmed. They all came out to watch. Seeing someone being tortured by Lu Ming, they gloated. Get lost. Lu Ming kicked Lan Jiao again. Lan Jiao's body flew out like a rubber ball. Autumn Moon, let's go in. Lu Ming smiled and walked into the courtyard with Autumn Moon. On the table in the courtyard, he brewed a pot of tea and slowly drank with Autumn Moon. He knew very well that someone else would be coming soon. In the Heavenly Monarch District, Lan Feng and the other heavenly prides were drinking wine while waiting. Suddenly, a figure flew over from afar. It was Lan Jiao. At this moment, Lan Jiao was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered, his hair was disheveled, and his aura was weak. Lan Jiao? What happened? Seeing Lan Jiao in such a state, Lan Feng roared. A cold aura burst out from his body. In a mere 9 extinction Heavenly King residence, someone dared to beat up his subordinate. Even the 9 extinction Heavenly King had to give him face. Young master, you must seek justice for me. It's that Lu Ming. That Lu Ming beat me up. Lan Jiao cried out miserably. Lu Ming? How dare he? Lan Feng shouted angrily. Yes, that Lu Ming is audacious. I have already reported young master's name and the Lan family's name, but he didn't take it seriously at all. He even said that if young master wants to see him, he should visit him personally. How arrogant! Lan Jiao cried. He, I really didn't expect there to be such a hothead in the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence. Lan Feng sneered. His face was extremely cold, and his eyes were as cold as a knife. A junior in the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence actually asked him to visit him personally? He was so angry that he laughed. As expected. The Jin family and the Winged Man family's heavenly pride smiled. They were overjoyed. They knew Lu Ming's temper very well, so they didn't remind Lan Feng of Lu Ming's strength. They wanted to intensify the conflict between Lu Ming and Lan Feng. Brother Lan, this Lu Ming has always been lawless and audacious. The Jin family's heavenly pride said. Humph, audacious? In front of me, Lan Feng, no matter how audacious he has to shrink back. Didn't he ask me to visit him personally? Then I shall make a trip there. Lan Feng said coldly. He suddenly stood up and stepped into the air. As soon as Lan Feng moved, the subordinates that he brought naturally followed behind him. Let's go and take a look too. The Jin family's heavenly prides and the Winged Man family's heavenly pride smirked. They followed Lan Feng and headed towards the Starry Camp. When the Starry Camp's guardian elders saw Lan Feng, he didn't dare to stop them and let them in. Soon, they arrived outside Lu Ming's courtyard. A powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming's courtyard. They're here. In the courtyard, Lu Ming muttered. He slowly picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Let's go and meet them. Lu Ming smiled, got up, and walked out. Qiu Yu followed closely behind. There are so many people. Lu Ming glanced around and muttered. When his gaze swept across the Jin family's heavenly prides and the Winged Man family's heavenly prides, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Lan Feng's sudden visit probably had something to do with the Jin family, the Winged Man family and the Qin family. It's you. Lan Feng also recognized Lu Ming. You are Lu Ming? Lan Feng looked coldly at Lu Ming and asked. That's right. Why are you looking for me? Lu Ming said plainly. Did you injure one of my men? Lan Feng asked. What does it have to do with me if you're looking for a beating? Lu Ming replied with a cold smile. Chapter 3156. Lu Ming's attitude caused Lu Maple's killing intent to soar. Someone dared to speak to him in such a manner in the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence. Moreover, it was a young man. However, he was good at scheming. His killing intent soared and his expression remained unchanged. I didn't expect an 8th level heavenly god like you to defeat a divine king subordinate like me. What a rare sight. Lu Maple smiled faintly. His cultivation was high and Lu Ming did not deliberately conceal his cultivation. Hence, he could naturally see through Lu Ming's cultivation realm. After saying that, Lu Maple glanced at Lan Jiao coldly. Lan Jiao was actually defeated by an 8th level heavenly god. This made him very unhappy. Lan Jiao shuddered and his face turned pale. A chill ran down his spine. It's just a so-so. Your subordinate is useless. Lu Ming said casually. I heard that you have a divine power source pearl. Is that true? Lu Maple's tone suddenly changed. So, you're here for the Divine Power Source Pearl. Humph, it's indeed the Gene family and Winged Man family. Are they trying to kill me with a borrowed knife? Lu Ming immediately guessed what had happened. It must be the Gene family and Winged Man family who told Lu Maple about it. Otherwise, how would Lu Maple know that he had the Divine Power Source Pearl? So what? Lu Ming said. I really do have it. Lu Maple's eyes were extremely bright and flashed with a blazing radiance. He had yet to awaken the Origin Source secret technique. If he had the Divine Power Source Pearl, he would definitely be able to awaken the Origin Source secret technique. With his original strength and the Origin Source secret technique, he was confident that he would be able to enter the top 10 on the day of the Great Void Imperial Family's Holy Court and obtain the qualification to establish his own family. He must get the Divine Power Source Pearl. Good, very good. Name a price. I'll buy the Divine Power Source Pearl. Lu Maple said. Not selling. Lu Ming rejected him directly. Not selling. You better think about it carefully. The price is negotiable. Also, if you sell the Divine Power Source Pearl to me, I'll write off the matter of you injuring my subordinate. Lu Maple said indifferently. However, even a fool could hear the threat in his tone. Not selling, don't you understand? Also, I want to cultivate. Don't disturb me here. Lu Ming waved his hand. How dare you? Brat, who do you think you are? The young master is giving you face by buying your stuff. Don't be so shameless. One of Blue Maple's subordinates stepped forward and shouted. A violent aura surged towards Lu Ming. This was also a young man, but his aura was violent and filled with an ancient and desolate aura. He was a genius who had awakened the God Power Origin. His cultivation base was at the first King God realm. The geniuses of the Gene clan and the Winged clan all revealed shocked expressions. One of Blue Maple's subordinates was actually so talented. The great aristocratic families of the Taishu holy capital indeed had deep and unfathomable foundations. What? You want to fight? Lu Ming said indifferently. Since you don't want face, I can only beat you down and take it myself. Blue Maple's subordinate said coldly. Blue 6, do it. Break his legs and take his storage ring. Blue Maple instructed. He was finally impatient and couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Lu Ming. He wanted to attack directly. Don't worry, young master. Blue 6 accepted the order and then walked towards Lu Ming with a sinister smile. The geniuses of the Gene clan, the Winged clan, and the Qin clan looked at each other and still didn't warn Blue Maple. They knew that Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely terrifying. Even Yuan Yu wasn't a match for him, so Blue 6 definitely wouldn't be a match for him. However, they deliberately didn't warn him and let Blue Maple fight with Lu Ming. In this way, Lu Ming would offend Blue Maple. If he offended Blue Maple, Lu Ming would die. Young master, let me do it. At the side, Autumn Moon spoke and wanted to make a move. How can I let you deal with a few Tom, Dick, and Harry? Autumn Moon, watch from the side. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward, releasing the aura of an 8th level heavenly god. You're courting death. Blue 6 shouted coldly. Lu Ming actually said that he was a Tom, Dick, and Harry. He was courting death. Boom. Blue 6 aura was released completely and it was extremely shocking. Swoosh. Then, a blue sword light burst out from Blue 6's hand and blasted towards Lu Ming. Divine Dragon Image. Lu Ming punched out with both fists and 9-clawed dragons appeared in the sky. There were a total of 29 clawed dragons and they pounced towards Blue 6. At the same time, Lu Ming's body expanded rapidly and turned into a green-armored ancient god. His long spear was like a mountain and pressed towards Blue 6. Ancient god body, green-armored ancient god body, this kid, Blue Maple was shocked when he saw Lu Ming display the green-armored ancient god body. Never mind that Lu Ming had cultivated the ancient god body. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming had cultivated the green-armored ancient god. This was extremely rare even in the Taishu's sacred capital. No wonder he could defeat Lan Jiao with his cultivation of level 8 heavenly god realm. Blue Maple thought. He thought that Lu Ming had turned into a green-armored ancient god to defeat Lan Jiao. He didn't expect that Lu Ming had defeated Lan Jiao without turning into a green-armored ancient god. The blue sword light slashed the 9-clawed dragon and there was a loud explosion. Blue 6 was strong. He was in level 1 Divine King realm and he had awakened the origin divine power factor. His combat strength was very strong and the 9-clawed dragon was defeated one by one. However, when Lu Ming's long spear pressed down, he couldn't withstand it anymore. The sword light exploded and he was forced to retreat. Sword Principle Coalescence. Blue 6 roared when he saw that he was pushed back by Lu Ming. His sword light flashed as he displayed a terrifying secret skill. Countless sword shadows burst out as if they were going to tear the sky apart and slash towards Lu Ming. Moon slashing. Lu Ming murmured. He waved his long spear and a crescent-shaped spear light slashed out. Blue 6's sword light shattered wherever the spear light passed. He was pushed back and coughed up blood. To be honest, Blue 6's combat strength was very strong. He might even be stronger than Jin Xiang. However, Lu Ming could suppress Jin Xiang without using the ruler's gate when he was in level 7 Heavenly God Realm. Now that he had broken through to level 8 Heavenly God Realm, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to defeat Blue 6. This kid is so strong. How can he be so strong? At this moment, Blue Maple was also astonished. He came from Taishu's sacred capital and he had seen many talented and abnormal people. However, he had never seen anyone as strong as Lu Ming. This kid must have some secrets. I must get them. Blue Maple's eyes were filled with greed. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Blue 6 was pushed back again and he was injured. He was completely enraged. He let out a roar and his body expanded rapidly. Then, he turned into a huge ancient god. Ancient god body. Lu Ming was shocked. He didn't expect Blue 6 to have cultivated the ancient god body. However, Blue 6's ancient god body was only a yellow-armored ancient god. It was golden like a golden statue. It was 2 levels lower than Lu Ming's green-armored ancient god body. However, Blue 6's strength had increased tremendously when he used the yellow-armored ancient god body. Bang! His huge body stepped into the air and he charged towards Lu Ming with a huge sword in his hand. Chapter 3157. Interesting. Lu Ming muttered. This was the first time he had seen someone use the ancient god body after leaving the Qin Tian star field. He was quite interested and wanted to see the power of other people's ancient god bodies. Lu Ming did not use the gate of domination. Instead, he waved his spear and attacked. Boom! The 2 gigantic figures clashed together. The huge spear and the huge sword collided like planets colliding. There was a terrifying roar and energy overflowing. After a violent collision, a figure retreated continuously. The person who retreated was naturally Lan Lu. As for Lu Ming, he merely swayed a little. Lu Ming's body swayed and he immediately stepped forward. He waved his long spear and continued to attack Lan Lu. Lan Lu roared and attacked Lu Ming. The 2 fought fiercely, but Lan Lu was still no match. Although he had activated the ancient god body, he was still no match for Lu Ming in his current state. He was at a disadvantage. Every time they collided, Lan Lu had to take a few steps back. Lan Feng's face was particularly gloomy. Supernova, supernova. After exchanging more than 10 moves, Lu Ming continuously used the exploding stars move. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive supernova moves were blasted out. The destructive power completely enveloped Lan Lu. Blue 6 let out a blood-curdling scream as he retreated several tens of thousands of meters before stopping. The yellow scales on his body were in tatters. Numerous wounds had appeared on his body, and blood was flowing out of them. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Suddenly, Lan Lu's body trembled. His body quickly shrank and returned to its original form. Lan Lu was injured by Lu Ming and could not maintain the ancient god body form. This is your strength. The Lan family of the Taishu sacred capital is just like this. Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. Then, he swept his spear towards Lan Lu's legs. Lan Lu wanted to cripple his legs. Then, Lu Ming would cripple his legs. Stop! Lan Feng shouted. He finally could not help but attack. A sword light burst out from his hand and swept towards Lu Ming. Fast, unbelievably fast. Before the sword light arrived, the horrifying force caused Lu Ming's entire body to tense up, and he felt a stinging pain. Lu Ming quickly swept out his long spear, sweeping towards the sword light. Clang! The sword light slashed onto Lu Ming's spear, causing the spear to tremble violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying sword chi rushing towards him, causing his huge body to explosively retreat. Lu Ming retreated several tens of thousands of meters before he could stabilize himself. Then, he felt piercing pain all over his body. Sword wounds appeared on the surface of his body. Green scales were cut open, and blood flowed out continuously. What terrifying power! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Blue Maple's strength had exceeded his expectations. It was truly astonishing. Young master, are you all right? Seeing that Lu Ming was injured, Autumn Moon quickly flew to Lu Ming's side and asked with concern. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. Young master, Lan Lu came to Blue Maple's side with an ugly expression. It's not your fault. This guy is monstrous. Looks like I have to deal with him personally. Blue Maple waved his hand and stepped out. Boom! When Blue Maple stepped out, a violent aura shot up to the sky, covering the sky and pressing down on Lu Ming. It made Lu Ming feel like he was facing a vast ocean. Lu Ming crazily circulated his divine power to resist. At the same time, Autumn Moon also shouted, and a powerful aura shot out, merging with Lu Ming's aura to resist the external pressure. Even so, the two of them were still pushed back a few thousand meters. What a powerful cultivation. His cultivation is at least in the third layer of the King God realm. He also has the origin divine power factor. It's definitely not a one-time awakening. Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. He felt that Blue Maple's cultivation was immeasurable. He was at least in the third layer of the King God realm, or even higher. Moreover, Blue Maple's origin divine power factor had been awakened at least twice. Blue Maple didn't look old, but he had reached such a shocking level in all aspects. It was terrifying. Is this the genius of Taishu Holy Capital? Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion to have someone like you. How about this, you hand over the divine power source bead and swear on your life origin that you'll be loyal to me in the future. Bring her along and we'll forget about today's matter. Blue Maple said a few words, and finally looked at Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon's strength had exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Autumn Moon was so beautiful that it made Blue Maple's heart burn with passion. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Don't even think about the rest. Lu Ming said coldly. He continued to circulate his sovereign divine power, planning to open the sovereign's gate. At the same time, he kept on activating the battle character art, trying to increase his combat strength by 5 times. Even though he knew that he was no match for Blue Maple even if he used all his techniques, he still had to fight. You want to fight with me? You're overestimating yourself. Blue Maple's face was gloomy, and the aura on his body became even more terrifying. It formed rings of pressure that spread out in all directions. So strong, too strong. Behind him, the Jean family and the Winged Man family were terrified. They were shocked by Blue Maple's aura. Are we going to intervene? On the peak of the Star Peak, a few elders stood in the air, watching from afar. They had a panoramic view of the situation on Lu Ming's side. These elders were the elders who were guarding the starry camp. Intervene? How? He's the son of the Lan family leader in Taishu Holy Capital. There are many people in the Lan family who hold high positions in the Taishu dynasty. Even the Heavenly King has to give them face. How can we intervene? One of the elders said. That's true. With our status, we can't intervene. Forget it, let's just pretend that we didn't see anything. It's a pity for Lu Ming. Sigh. A few of the elders sighed. If the people from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace dared to touch Lu Ming, they would immediately take action to suppress them. However, Blue Maple was from the Lan family, and they couldn't intervene. The strength of the Lan family was more terrifying than the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. Looks like you've chosen to take action. Seeing that Lu Ming had no intention of surrendering, Blue Maple's eyes became colder. Let's do it. Lu Ming said. So what if he couldn't win? It was just a battle. Moreover, Lu Ming still had Qiu, and they might be able to fight. Then I'll kill you. Blue Maple said coldly. He took a step forward, and a sword radiance shot up to the sky, piercing through the clouds and slashing towards Lu Ming. Qiu. Lu Ming thought. Qiu quickly wriggled and turned into a set of armor, covering Lu Ming's body. Streaks of lightning spread out. However, at this moment, a vast force pressed down from the sky. This force was many times stronger than Blue Maple's strength. As it pressed down, Blue Maple's sword radiance was shattered. Blue Maple's body shook violently, and he retreated continuously. Chapter 3158. Uncle Lan Shu. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. When this pressure was released, Lu Ming could sense that it was Blue Merchant's aura. As expected, there was a flash of light in front of Lu Ming and Lan Shang's figure appeared. Blue Merchant, it's you. Blue Maple roared furiously when he saw Blue Merchant. Blue Maple, the Starry Camp isn't a place for you to behave atrociously. Leave. Blue Merchant was calm. He waved his sleeve and Blue Maple retreated rapidly. Blue Merchant, the Starry Camp has nothing to do with you. You're overstepping your boundaries. Blue Maple's face darkened. I don't care about other people's matters, but I have to care about his matters. Blue Merchant pointed at Lu Ming and said. What's his relationship with you? Blue Maple asked. Brother Lan, I heard that Lu Ming is Blue Merchant's son-in-law. The young man from the Jean family whispered to Blue Maple. What? He's your son-in-law. Lan Shang, how dare you? You actually betrothed Lan Ling to someone else. You've caused a huge disaster. Blue Maple roared furiously when he heard this. His eyes were about to spit fire. Wu Fan had his eyes on Lan Ling. This was a good opportunity for the Lan family to befriend the imperial tutor. But now, Lan Ling was going to marry someone else. He was furious. Die. This brat deserves to die. Blue Maple roared furiously. He unleashed his aura and charged towards Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. However, Blue Merchant's glabella shone. His spiritual power turned into a palm and pressed down on Blue Maple. Pfft! Blue Maple spat out a mouthful of blood. He retreated rapidly and his face turned pale. Scram. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't scram, I'll cripple you and throw you out. Blue Merchant said coldly. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. You, Blue Maple said one word before he couldn't say anything else. He revealed a look of fear on his face. He had heard about Blue Merchant's character from the elders of the Blue Merchant. He was the kind of person who kept his word. He had no doubt that if he didn't leave, Blue Merchant would really cripple him. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. There were plenty of opportunities to kill Lu Ming. Brat, consider yourself lucky today. Blue Maple cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. After leaving behind a sentence, he turned around and left. Everyone else followed Blue Maple and slipped away. Soon, only Blue Merchant and Lu Ming were left. Sigh, I didn't expect you to be targeted by Blue Maple. You have to be careful in the future. Don't leave the Starry Camp for the time being. Blue Merchant warned. Lu Ming nodded. He was indeed no match for Blue Maple now, and there was no need for him to fight Blue Maple head-on. After Blue Merchant left, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon returned to their residence and continued to cultivate. Looks like there are more geniuses in the Taishu dynasty than I expected. They are stronger. Lu Ming thought silently. He had defeated the geniuses of the Nine Sabers Heavenly Palace and the Nine Extinction Heavenly Palace. He was getting more confident in himself. Moreover, he was improving rapidly in all aspects. He thought that it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 10 on the day of the Taishu Imperial Family's sacred courtyard. However, it seemed like he was too naive. Not to mention others, the Nine Extinction Heavenly Palace had many geniuses above the first layer of the Divine King realm that he had never seen before. Not to mention the geniuses in the other heavenly palaces and the core region of the Taishu dynasty. Putting the rest aside, Blue Maple alone gave Lu Ming an unfathomable feeling. One could imagine how many powerful geniuses there were in the core region of the Taishu dynasty. It would be difficult to enter the top 10 on the day of the Taishu Imperial Family's sacred courtyard. He felt that the pressure on him was great. Lu Ming closed his eyes and cultivated quietly. A few days later, in a hall in the Nine Extinction Heavenly Palace, the Nine Extinction Heavenly King sat on the main seat. Below him was a young man, who was Blue Maple. "Young Master Lan, why are you looking for me?" The Nine Extinction Heavenly King asked with a smile. He knew Blue Maple well. He was the son of the Lan clan leader in the Taishu's sacred courtyard. He was also the most talented person in the younger generation of the Lan clan. Although he was a heavenly king, there were differences in status between the heavenly kings. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace was ranked last among the 27 Heavenly King Palaces. His status was not much higher than the marquises of the marquises. Therefore, he was polite to Blue Maple. "Nine Extinction Heavenly King, I want to enter the ghost region." Blue Maple took a sip of tea as he spoke slowly. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King was shocked and said, "What? You want to enter the ghost region?" "That's right." Blue Maple nodded. "No, there is a terrifying force residing in the ghost region. Therefore, the entrance of the ghost region has been sealed. If you want to enter the ghost region, you have to reopen the entrance. However, once the entrance is opened and the force of the ghost region rushes out, the consequences will be severe." The Nine Extinction Heavenly King shook his head. "It's just a ghost region that is attached to a world in the chaotic universe. How strong can it be? Can't the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace suppress it?" Blue Maple said. "It can be suppressed, but the risk is great. Moreover, young Master Lan Maple, you will be in danger if you enter the ghost region. Why do you want to take the risk?" The Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace tried to persuade him again. "I have something important to do in the ghost region. Nine Extinction Heavenly King, can you give me some face? My father also knows about this, and he also hopes that the Nine Extinction Heavenly King can help. Besides, you don't have to worry about my safety. I have brought many experts from the Lan clan with me. They are enough to deal with the danger." Blue Maple said. This, the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace frowned and hesitated. However, Blue Maple had already said so. If he did not agree, he would offend Blue Maple and the Lan clan. It would be detrimental to the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace. Although he was a heavenly king, a big shot who oversaw a region, the Lan clan was in the center and had greater influence. If he offended the Lan clan master, he would not have a good ending. All right. However, young Master Lan must be careful when you enter the ghost region. If there is no need, don't disturb that force. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King warned seriously. "Don't worry, Heavenly King. I will leave once I am done with my business. I will not disturb the force of the ghost region." Blue Maple smiled. A day later, Blue Maple led a group of experts from the Lan clan and the Nine Extinction Heavenly King led a group of experts from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace. They landed on a star not far from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace. This star was abnormally gloomy and eerie. On a huge plain, there were many huge stone tablets standing tall and upright. There were a total of 108 stone tablets standing in all directions of the plain. Each stone tablet was engraved with runes. The runes on the 108 stone tablets shone brightly and intertwined in the air, forming a huge formation that seemed to be suppressing something. Moreover, there was a group of experts guarding this place all year round. This was the entrance to the ghost region and it was sealed all year round. Chapter 3159. Open the entrance to Ghost's domain. 9 Extinction Heavenly King ordered. Yes. Suddenly, a group of people flew forward and stood in different positions. Then, their bodies were covered in divine light. Runes flew out from their hands and flew toward the stone tablets. Rumble. Suddenly, the stone steel started to vibrate, and a bright radiance started to emanate from them. Not long after, a pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared above the 108 stone steels. In the beginning, the area of the vortex was very small, but it quickly became bigger. Soon, the vortex became a 100,000 miles wide vortex suspended in the air. The vortex rotated slowly. Through the vortex, one could see the world behind the vortex. At the same time, a thick black mist was emitted from the vortex. The entrance to Ghost's domain was opened. Everyone immediately tensed up and prepared for battle. A long time ago, a powerful force was sealed in Ghost's domain. This force was called the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe and its strength was amazing. They were afraid that the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe would attack once the entrance to Ghost's domain was opened. However, they waited for a few days and there was no movement at all. The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe has been sealed in Ghost's domain for countless years. They might have been weakened and extinct. Blue Maple smiled gently. Young Master Lon, it's best not to let your guard down. 9 Extinction Heavenly King warned. Young Master, I'll go in and check it out first. Beside Blue Maple, an old man in a gray robe stepped forward and cupped his fist. The old man's aura was deep and his eyes were as bright as the stars. His body faintly exuded a terrifying aura. Divine Lord. 9 Extinction Heavenly King's eyes moved. This old man was absolutely Divine Lord Realm Cultivation. Alright, I'll have to trouble you, Elder. Blue Maple nodded. The old man in a gray robe rushed into the vortex in a flash and disappeared. Not long after, a figure flashed from the whirlpool. The gray-robed old man had returned. Elder, how is it? Is there any danger inside? Did you find the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe? Blue Maple quickly asked. I've checked the area around the entrance and did not find any danger. I also did not find any traces of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. The old man in a gray robe said. That's good. Let's go in. Blue Maple said and led the experts of the Lon family into the vortex and disappeared. All of you, stay here and guard this place. If anything happens, inform me immediately. After Blue Maple and the others entered the Ghost's domain, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King ordered his subordinates. Yes. Everyone bowed and saluted. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King's figure flashed and left the place. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the whirlpool at the entrance of the Ghost's domain suddenly trembled slightly. Something's coming out, watch out. An expert from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King mansion roared. Everyone immediately perked up and stared at the entrance of the Ghost's domain. After a while, some figures appeared. It's Sir Blue Maple and the others. Someone called out. That's right, these figures were Blue Maple and the others. Not long after, Blue Maple and everyone from the Lon family appeared. However, compared to when they first entered, the number of people had decreased by half. Furthermore, the remaining people were all in an extremely sorry state. Some of them even had extremely weak auras. It was clear that a great battle had taken place in the Ghost's domain. Damn it, Blue Maple kept growling, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Young Master Lon, what happened? The expert from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King mansion asked. We were attacked inside. I want to see the 9 Extinction Heavenly King, Blue Maple said. Not long after, Blue Maple met the 9 Extinction Heavenly King. What? You want to borrow a group of experts from me to enter the ghost's domain? The 9 Extinction Heavenly King frowned. Yes, I didn't get what I wanted in the ghost's domain this time, so I want to enter again. Blue Maple said. Young Master Lon, since it's so dangerous in the ghost's domain, I think we should forget about it. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King said. No, we must succeed. Previously, when we entered, we didn't understand the terrain of the ghost's domain and didn't prepare well. That was why we suffered a great loss. Moreover, we didn't encounter the legendary Dark Ape fighting tribe. This time, as long as you lend me a group of experts and make sufficient preparations, I can guarantee that nothing will go wrong. Blue Maple said. This, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King pondered. Heavenly King, as long as you help me this time, Blue Maple, and my father will definitely thank you and remember this favor. Blue Maple said. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King thought for a while and finally agreed. Heavenly King, I also want to borrow some young supreme talents from you. Blue Maple said again. Young supreme talents? What's the use of them if their cultivation isn't high? The 9 Extinction Heavenly King was puzzled. There's a formation inside and only young people can enter. Blue Maple explained. All right, sure. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King agreed readily. The others can be chosen by you, but there's one person who must go with me. It's a young man called Lu Ming. Blue Maple said again. Lu Ming. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King frowned again. This person is very talented and will be of great help to me. Don't worry, Heavenly King, I promise that I won't let anything happen to these supreme talents. Blue Maple said. In the end, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residents nodded and began to dispatch experts. Blue Maple and his men also began to make preparations to refine some special weapons and formation plates. Not long after, an expert from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residents headed towards Lu Ming's residence. However, he didn't find Lu Ming at Lu Ming's residence. I heard that Lu Ming often goes to Blue Merchant's place to cultivate. Perhaps he's at Blue Merchant's place. The person muttered and then headed towards Blue Merchant's residence. As expected, he found Lu Ming at Blue Merchant's residence. Lu Ming, the Starry Camp has assigned you a mission. You are to follow the Lon family head's men into Ghost's region and assist the Lon family in completing a mission. The expert from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence said. What? I'm going with the Lon family? Lu Ming frowned. That's right. This is the dispatch token. We'll set off in a month's time. After the expert from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence finished speaking, he waved his hand and a token flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and caught it. After seeing Lu Ming catch the token, the expert from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence turned and left. Lu Ming frowned. This matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. Blue Merchant also walked over and said. It seems like Blue Maple wants to take the opportunity to deal with me. Lu Ming said coldly. What a brilliant move. He's using the Starry Camp to assign you a mission. If you don't go, you'll be violating the rules of the Starry Camp. He'll probably pressure you to leave the Starry Camp. If you go, I'm afraid he'll take the opportunity to deal with you. Blue Merchant said. I'll just not go. Let's see what he's capable of. Lu Ming said. No, I have a suggestion. You might be able to go. Blue Merchant said. I can go. Why? Lu Ming was puzzled. If he went, wouldn't he be giving Blue Maple a chance to deal with him? Blue Merchant shouldn't push him into the fire pit. Chapter 3160. That person asked you to enter the ghost's domain with Blue Maple and the rest, right? Blue Merchant said. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Entering the ghost's domain might be an opportunity for you. Blue Merchant's eyes flashed. Is this an opportunity for me? Lu Ming was even more confused. That's right. Do you know why I chose to live in seclusion in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence? Part of the reason is because of the ghost's domain. Blue Merchant said. Because of the ghost's domain? Why? Lu Ming was even more curious now. Because there's a force living in the ghost's domain. This force is called the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. This force is extremely powerful. Most importantly, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe was subdued by Jing Yu back then. It's because of Jing Yu's subordinates. Blue Merchant said. There's such a thing. Lu Ming was shocked. There was a powerful force in the ghost's domain that was actually Jing Yu's subordinate. That's right. However, not many people know about this. When Jing Yu died, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe voluntarily retreated to the ghost's domain. The Taishu dynasty was also afraid of this force. That's why they sealed the entrance of the ghost's domain. The reason why I'm living in seclusion here is to find a chance to enter the ghost's domain and reclaim this force. However, the entrance of the ghost's domain has always been guarded and sealed. I can't enter at all. This time, Blue Maple wants to open the seal and enter the ghost's domain. He also wants you to come along. This is your chance to subdue the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. Blue Merchant said. According to what you said, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe is extremely powerful. With my cultivation, I won't be able to subdue them even if I enter. Lu Ming said. No, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe is very obedient to Jing Yu. As long as you show them the origin ancient word battle, and reveal your identity as Jing Yu's successor, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe will unconditionally submit to you. With the support of this force, it will be very important for your future development. Blue Merchant said. If I follow Blue Maple in, I'll be killed the moment I enter. What should I do? Lu Ming said. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but wasn't it stupid to go there knowing that he was going to die? Based on my understanding of Blue Maple, he cares a lot about his reputation. Furthermore, there are likely to be others with him this time. Blue Maple definitely won't kill you in front of others. That would be embarrassing. Therefore, he will find an opportunity to kill you in a secluded place. This is your chance. You can find a chance to escape and find the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. Of course, there's still danger. I'm just suggesting it. Whether you do it or not, the decision is in your hands. Blue Merchant said. Alright, I'm going. Lu Ming said. If he didn't go, he would definitely be targeted by Blue Maple. When that happened, he would be forced to leave the Starry Camp. He wouldn't even have the right to participate in the Great Void Imperial Academy. He might as well give it a try. If he could capture the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, it would definitely be a great help to him in the future. Going to the core of the Taishu dynasty to reverse the verdict for Jing Yu would definitely be dangerous. If he didn't dare to take this risk, how could he succeed? Alright, then get ready. We'll set off in a month's time. Blue Merchant said. Soon, a month had passed. Someone led Lu Ming and the others to a place in the Heavenly King district. There are quite a number of other sky prides. Looks like quite a number of people have entered. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The more people who entered, the more chances he would have to escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of rainbow light flew over from the sky. It was Blue Maple and the experts of the Lan family head. There was also a group of experts from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. So many experts. Lu Ming was shocked. Among the group of people that Blue Maple brought with him, each of them had a strong and unfathomable aura. For Lu Ming, they were truly unfathomable. He couldn't figure out their depth at all. Blue Merchant speculated that Blue Maple must have brought some divine lords with him. Hence, he warned Lu Ming not to act rashly if he didn't find a good opportunity. Blue Maple stood in the middle of the crowd with his hands behind his back. When his gaze swept across Lu Ming, a cold murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Let's go. Blue Maple gave the order and took the lead to soar into the sky. They left the area of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace and crossed the starry sky. After some time, they arrived at the planet at the entrance of the Ghost region. That vortex was still suspended in the air, rotating slowly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blue Maple's subordinates were the first to charge into the whirlpool. Then, Blue Maple, Lu Ming, and the others rushed into the vortex one after another. Heaven and earth changed, and Lu Ming found that they had arrived on a plain. Lu Ming looked around. Between heaven and earth, there was a dark red color. Even the sky was the same. Above the vast plain, there was a black fog floating. That was Ghost Chi. Some of you open up the path in front, some of you guard the back. The younger generation, follow me to guard the center. Blue Maple's voice spread throughout the place. Figures flashed, and everyone got into formation. The younger generation's cultivation was lower, and they were surrounded by many experts. Lu Ming was naturally in the middle too. Blue Maple swept a cold glance at Lu Ming. Sure enough, he did not make a move. Instead, he gave the order, "Let's go." Everyone rose into the air and flew towards the front of the plane. In the beginning, their speed was very fast, and they did not encounter any danger. Slow down. When they were about to leave the plane and arrive at a hill, the old man at the front spoke. Everyone's speed slowed down. Slowly, they flew towards the hill. Ah ah ah. Ga. Suddenly, a series of strange cries sounded, like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Then, those hills were filled with dense fog, and countless black shadows flew out from those hills. These black shadows were constantly twisting, and there seemed to be ghosts within them. It was extremely terrifying. These black shadows pounced towards the crowd with strange cries. However, Blue Maple and the others were clearly prepared. Activate the formation disc. At the front, a gray-robed old man roared. Suddenly, the bodies of the experts in front glowed, and pieces of formation discs flew out from their bodies. Once these formation discs flew out, endless flames burst forth. These flames were purplish-red, and the temperature was shockingly high. They enveloped these black shadows. Sizzle sizzle, these black shadows seemed to be very afraid of the flames. When they were enveloped by the flames, they let out sizzling sounds and strange screams. Then, the black shadows turned into ashes in the flames and disappeared between heaven and earth. Obviously, Blue Maple and the others had learned from their previous experience. There seemed to be a lot of black shadows in the hills, and they kept coming out endlessly. Charge over. Blue Maple roared. Set up the formation and charge over. The gray-robed elder shouted. Suddenly, the experts around them took out their formation discs. Waves of flames surrounded everyone in the middle, and then they quickly charged forward. Soon, they went deep into the hills. Chapter 3161. After they entered the hilly area, countless black shadows emerged from the surrounding hills and charged towards them. There was an endless number of them, and all of them were extremely crazy. No wonder Blue Maple and the rest suffered heavy losses the last time they entered. If they were not prepared, they would not have been able to withstand it. However, it was different now. When those black shadows collided with the flames, they melted like snow and turned into black smoke and dissipated. They were extremely fast and kept charging forward. After an hour, they finally charged out of the hilly area. After charging out of the hilly area, the black shadows around them disappeared without a trace. As for them, they did not suffer any losses. Huff huff huff, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and continued flying forward. However, after flying for some distance, a swamp appeared in front of them. This swamp was boundless and was filled with a rotten smell. Even from a distance, they could smell a foul stench. Be careful. The gray-robed elder in front reminded them. They slowed down and flew towards the swamp slowly. Whoosh! As soon as they flew into the swamp area, the swamp began to churn and skeletons began to appear one after another. The skeletons charged out of the swamp and brandished their weapons as they charged towards the group. Bring out the array disc. The gray-robed elder continued to give orders. Everyone waved their hands and array discs flew out one after another. However, this array disc was different from the previous one. This time, it did not emit flames but lightning. Buzz buzz buzz, many array discs lit up and the light intersected to form a huge bolt of lightning. The lightning bolt streaked across the sky and blasted towards the skeletons. Obviously, these skeletons were afraid of lightning. After being struck by the lightning, they scattered and fell into the swamp. They charged into the depths of the swamp, but there were skeletons rushing out of the swamp continuously. It was not just skeletons. There were also zombies rushing out. These zombies were stinky, but their aura was very oppressive and their strength was shocking. Holy light array disc. The gray-robed elder roared again. Buzz buzz buzz, another array disc flew into the air. This time, these array discs emitted holy light. The milky white holy light was like the sun and filled the air with endless radiance. Those zombies were illuminated by the holy light and their bodies emitted black smoke. After a while, they completely turned into black smoke and dissipated. Countless skeletons and rotting corpses were killed by lightning and holy light. They rushed forward very quickly. However, the swamp was full of danger. There were a lot of zombies and skeletons. Apart from the zombies and skeletons, there were other types of ghosts as well. Countless ghosts charged towards them. Some of them even managed to break through the array discs' attack and charged towards the crowd. Kill. The surrounding experts also made their moves. This time, Blue Maple had brought some experts from the Lawn family and the 9-Jew Heavenly King Palace. They were all extremely strong. All of them were above the 4th layer of the King God realm. Many of them were above the 7th layer of the King God realm. There were even quite a few Divine Lord realm characters. With so many powerhouses attacking together, the ghosts that slipped through the net were all killed. Gagga, suddenly, a series of unpleasant and ear-piercing screams rang out. The swamp churned, and a terrifying aura erupted. Boom! A swamp exploded as the figure of an enormous creature appeared. It was a strange bird. It was as big as a mountain, but its body was rotten and emitted a strong stench. Its eyes were blood red. It screeched a few times and charged towards the crowd. This aura, a peak divine king, Lu Ming was shocked. This aura was extremely terrifying. It was similar to the Gene family and the Winged Man family's family head. It was a peak divine king. Roar! After the giant bird appeared, another figure charged out from another direction. It was a skeleton. The skeleton was wearing a battle armor. The presence that erupted from the skeleton was extremely shocking as well. It was a peak god king. Suddenly, 2 peak divine kings appeared and charged towards the crowd. Some of the young sky prides turned pale. They were unable to withstand a single blow from such existences. However, Blue Maple's expression was calm. Kill. The gray-robed elder at the front took a step forward and slashed out with his palm. A gray sword light slashed towards the giant bird. Poochie. Under the slash of the sword light, the giant bird was unable to withstand a single blow and was split into 2. Its corpse fell into the swamp, splashing mud all over the sky. After killing the giant bird, the sword light turned and slashed towards the skeleton. The skeleton was wearing battle armor and holding a battle saber. It slashed out a shocking saber light. However, the saber light and the sword light collided and collapsed. The sword light slashed the skeleton's body. Under the destructive power of the sword light, the skeleton's body collapsed and turned into a pile of powder. 2 peak divine kings were killed in an instant. The might of a divine lord was terrifying. Is this the strength of a divine lord? How terrifying! Some of the young sky prides were stunned as it was their first time seeing a divine lord in action. A peak divine king was strong enough. However, they were unable to withstand a single blow from a divine lord. The higher one's cultivation realm, the greater the gap. Especially the gap between major realms, it was a world of difference. One day, I must step into the divine lord realm. Many young sky prides clenched their fists and secretly swore to step into the divine lord realm. However, the majority of the people were destined to be disappointed. How could the divine lord realm be so easy to step into? Even if many of these people's talents were astonishing, it was destined that the majority of the people could only stay in the Divine King realm. Otherwise, there would not be so few Divine Lords. The various major worlds of the 9 absolute Heavenly King Manor had inheritances for countless years, giving birth to many sky prides. But Divine Lord realm characters were scanty few and far between. Continues setting off. After the grey-robed old man slew 2 peak Divine King existences, he issued the order. Everyone continued charging. Finally, after a period of time, they rushed out of the swamp. However, the destination that Blue Maple wanted to go to was clearly not here. It was still very far away. They continued setting off. Following that, they passed through several dangerous places again. In one of the dangerous places, there was even a terrifying Divine Lord realm ghost that appeared, erupting into a great battle with the Divine Lords that Blue Maple brought. That battle was heaven-shaking and earth-shaking. However, the Divine Lords that followed Blue Maple here were not just one. In the end, 2 Divine Lords joined hands and finally repelled that Divine Lord realm ghost. But this battle made the people that Blue Maple brought finally show losses. Over a dozen people perished in that battle. This was already considered good. They were prepared this time. The last time, Blue Maple brought people in, they were not prepared and suffered heavy losses. After passing through several dangerous places in a row, they stopped in a vast expanse of land. The territory ahead was suffused with thick black fog, obstructing their line of sight. According to what Blue Maple said, the last time, they stopped here. Chapter 3162. Previously, Blue Maple had already explained the characteristics of this black fog area to them. This area should be enveloped by a huge formation. Inside, it was difficult to distinguish directions. Naturally, it would be difficult to pass through this area. Blue Maple also brought a formation master over. Through the formation master's research, if they wanted to pass through this area, they could only close the formation of this area. The formation master studied that this formation should have 6 formation eyes. Only by using runes to seal the 6 formation eyes at the same time could they temporarily seal this formation. Once this formation was sealed, they could pass through this area. However, the 6 formation eyes had to be sealed at the same time. The time difference could not be more than a minute. Originally, with the experts that Blue Maple brought last time, it was very easy to do this. However, there was a terrifying ghost living underground in this area. The strength of this ghost was shockingly strong. It was at least Divine Lord realm combat power. As long as living beings above a certain age entered, it would attract the living beings living underground to attack. However, if it was the younger generation who entered, it would not attract this kind of living beings. Last time, Blue Maple and the rest suffered the greatest loss here. Many experts died here. They also fled in a sorry state. Therefore, this time, he borrowed some young prodigies from 9 Extinction Heavenly King to break this formation. The young prodigies entered and found the 6 formation eyes respectively. Then, they would communicate with each other and seal the formation eyes at the same time. All of you, go in with me. Blue Maple looked at all the young prodigies present. All right. Everyone nodded. With Blue Maple taking the lead, everyone rushed forward and came to the edge of the black fog area. Blue Maple himself and the Lawn family prodigies that he brought along, together with the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion's prodigies, there were about 100 people. Lu Ming was naturally among them. He felt a cold aura sweeping past him from time to time. Looks like they are going to make a move here. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Entering this area, there was black fog everywhere. Everyone's vision was blocked. Lu Ming guessed that Blue Maple would kill him here and seize the divine power source bead on him. Lu Ming, follow me. Sure enough, Blue Maple looked at Lu Ming and said, no problem. Lu Ming did not seem to notice the danger and nodded casually. Let's go. Blue Maple spoke. He was the first to charge into the black fog, and the rest followed suit. As soon as they rushed into the black fog, they felt dizzy. When they looked back, they could no longer see the experts outside. They had already entered the range of the formation. Let's split up into 6 groups and search for the 6 formation cores. Once we find them, we'll notify them through the communication jade talisman and seal the 6 formation cores at the same time. Blue Maple said. Everyone nodded, and then automatically split into groups. There were more prodigies in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, and they were divided into 4 groups. The young geniuses of the Lawn family were divided into 2 groups. Whoosh! 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 With a flash, all the Sky Prides dashed off in different directions, disappearing into the black fog in the blink of an eye. At the scene, only Lan Feng's group was left. Of course, there was also Lu Ming. There were a total of 10 people. What's that? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly looked behind Blue Maple with a terrified expression on his face. Blue Maple and the others were shocked. They hurriedly looked behind them and prepared for a huge battle. However, when they turned around, they realized that there was nothing behind them. Oh no, we've been tricked. A thought popped up in Blue Maple's mind. He hurriedly turned around and saw Lu Ming's figure dashing off in a direction like a bolt of lightning. Damn it, he wants to leave. Chase after him and kill him. Blue Maple shouted angrily. Just now, after the others left, Blue Maple was preparing to deal with Lu Ming. However, he didn't expect Lu Ming to make a move before him. While he was distracted, he managed to escape. Blue Maple led the 8 Sky Prides of the Lawn family and chased after Lu Ming. Blue Maple, I knew you were up to no good. Seeing Blue Maple chasing after him, Lu Ming spoke coldly. Stop right there. Hand over the divine power source bead and pledge your loyalty to me from now on. Then, I can spare your life. Blue Maple shouted angrily. Are you daydreaming? Lu Ming mocked. At the same time, he executed the 9 Heavens Kuan Peng technique to the maximum and dashed forward. Do you think you can escape? Blue Maple's voice was cold. He turned into a ray of sword light and broke through the black fog. His speed was shocking. He was even faster than Lu Ming. He left the other 8 Sky Prides of the Lawn family far behind. However, Lu Ming had moved early. It wasn't that easy for Blue Maple to catch up with Lu Ming. One chased while the other fled. In the blink of an eye, they were hundreds of thousands of miles away. You can't escape. When I catch you, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Blue Maple's voice was extremely cold. His eyes were ferocious. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with Blue Maple. He continued to move forward with all his might. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. This was because a group of people had appeared in front of him. There were more than 10 of them, and they were charging towards him. This group of people was also the Sky Prides of the Lawn family. The Lawn family had been divided into 2 groups. The other group had already left before Lu Ming made his move. Apparently, Blue Maple had sent a message to these people when they were chasing. That was why they had appeared in front of Lu Ming to intercept him. Among the Sky Prides of the Lawn family, there were some who were extremely powerful. Their cultivation was at least in the first heaven of the Divine King realm. Powerful auras surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, let's see how you can escape. Blue Maple's face was ferocious. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in front of him, more than 10 Sky Prides slashed out more than 10 rays of sword light towards Lu Ming. Is that so? There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. Bolts of lightning suddenly appeared on his fists. It was Qiuqiu's turn. Although Qiuqiu's cultivation was high, it wasn't old. It belonged to the younger generation. Naturally, it could enter this place. Bolts of lightning shot out towards the Sky Prides. In an instant, more than 10 rays of sword light were shattered. The lightning struck the Sky Prides. Ah ah ah, blood-curdling screams were heard. At least half of the Sky Prides were killed by the lightning. The other half were sent flying. Their bodies were charred black and their auras were weak. With Qiuqiu's current strength, it could even kill a 4th heaven of the Divine King realm cultivator, let alone these young Sky Prides. Although these young sky prides were stronger than their peers, their cultivation wasn't high. How could they block Chocho's attack? I'm going to kill you." Seeing half of the sky prides being killed, Blue Maple's eyes turned red. He let out a furious roar. Clang! A terrifying ray of sword light shot out from his glabella. It slashed towards Lu Ming at a frightening speed. Although Lu Ming had killed more than 10 sky prides of the Lan family, his speed had been slowed down. This allowed Blue Maple to get closer to him. Therefore, this slash enveloped Lu Ming in a vast sword aura. Blue Maple's furious attack was terrifying. With Lu Ming's current strength, he couldn't block it. He could only rely on Chocho. Chocho wriggled rapidly. It turned into an armor and covered Lu Ming. Chapter 3163. Chocho turned into a suit of armor and covered Lu Ming. At the same time, lightning filled the armor. Countless tiny lightning bolts gathered together and turned into a thick lightning bolt that shot towards Blue Maple's sword light. Boom! The lightning bolt and the sword light collided. Both of them shook violently, but it was obvious that the sword light was stronger. The sword light shone brightly, and the lightning bolt was pushed back. After a few explosions, the lightning bolt collapsed and the remaining sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force crushing towards him. It was incomparably sharp. His body shook violently, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, leaving a long ditch in the ground. Waves of piercing pain spread throughout his body. Lu Ming felt as if all his bones were about to break. Even Chocho's armor had a crack in it. What a terrifying force. Lu Ming was shocked. Chocho was now in the third layer of the King God realm. Its fighting strength was even stronger, and it could kill a fourth layer King God realm existence. However, Chocho was no match for Blue Maple in the previous attack. Even when it turned into armor, Blue Maple had broken it. Fortunately, Chocho had turned into armor and blocked the opponent's attack. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have died. Metallic life form? You think a metallic life form in the third layer of the King God realm can stop me? Kill! Blue Maple shouted. His body was like a sword light. In a flash, he charged towards Lu Ming and slashed his sword. The sword light was vast and mighty, and its pressure spread out in all directions. The black fog around them churned violently, and a terrifying whistling sound was heard. Needless to say, its power was astonishing. Gate of Domination. Lu Ming roared. His god power surged, and the Gate of Domination appeared above his head. The ancient Gate of Domination exuded an ancient and desolate aura as it collided with the sword light. At the same time, Chocho displayed its might once again. Boundless lightning condensed into a long spear that shot towards Blue Maple. Boom! The sword light bore the brunt of the attack and slashed at the Gate of Domination. The Sovereign's Gate trembled violently, then exploded. This was within Lu Ming's expectations. Even though the Gate of Domination was an origin secret technique and was extremely powerful, Lu Ming's cultivation was still too low. The difference between him and Blue Maple was too great, and he definitely wouldn't be able to block Blue Maple's attack. Then, the lightning spear collided with the sword light. This time, it was blocked by the Lord's Gate. Then, it was struck by the lightning spear. The sword light's power was greatly reduced. The remaining power hit Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was sent flying, Lu Ming wasn't injured. Origin secret technique. You've actually comprehended an origin secret technique. Blue Maple recognized Lu Ming's origin secret technique and shouted in shock. Then, Blue Maple's eyes widened, and he revealed a frenzied killing intent. He roared, "You ate the Divine Power Source Pearl. Damn it, you trash ate the Divine Power Source Pearl. You're wasting it. How can the Divine Power Source Pearl be wasted on trash like you? I'm going to kill you." Blue Maple screamed hysterically. His eyes were red, and he revealed a look of jealousy. In his opinion, Lu Ming definitely didn't rely on himself to awaken an origin secret technique. He must have eaten the Divine Power Source Pearl. In his heart, a treasure like the divine power source pearl should be used by him. If it was eaten by Lu Ming, it would be a waste. At this moment, his killing intent towards Lu Ming was at its peak. When he thought about how the divine power source pearl that could help him awaken an origin secret technique was gone, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Kill! 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 Blue Maple roared. Sword light soared into the sky. Terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming executed the Nine Heavens Garuda technique and rushed forward. As he rushed forward, he used his techniques to block Blue Maple's attack. However, the difference in strength between Lu Ming and Blue Maple was too great. Even with Chiu Chiu, there was still a large gap. He was no match for Blue Maple at all. He couldn't even escape. In less than 5 minutes, Lu Ming received 6 sword lights from Blue Maple. Even with Chiu Chiu's protection, Lu Ming was almost split in half. 2 sword wounds appeared on his body. The terrifying destruction sword intent constantly drilled into the depths of his body, causing Lu Ming to vomit blood. He was severely injured. What should I do? If this goes on, I'll die in his hands sooner or later. Lu Ming's mind spun rapidly as he thought of a countermeasure. Kid, you can only take the risk now. Bone Demon's voice rang in his mind. Bone Demon, do you have any ideas? Lu Ming asked. There are terrifying existences living underground in this region. As long as you take the risk and lure them out, you can escape from danger. With your aura, you can't attract them. Therefore, I have to release a trace of my aura to attract them. Bone Demon explained. Alright, let's take the risk then. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Be careful. If there are any strange movements later, run quickly. Bone Demon cautioned cautiously before releasing a trace of his aura. Bone Demon was an old monster who had lived for countless years. As soon as he released a trace of his aura, the terrifying existences underground sensed it. Boom! Deep underground, an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly permeated the air. It was just a trace of his aura, but Lu Ming felt as if countless mountains were pressing down on him. He almost knelt down directly. Blue Maple's expression changed drastically. Damn it, why are the existences underground alarmed? Run, run. Blue Maple was almost frightened to death. He couldn't be bothered to continue chasing Lu Ming. He screamed and jumped dozens of meters high. He turned around and fled. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. It was no wonder that Blue Maple was frightened to death. The existences underground were too terrifying. They were at least in the Divine Lord realm. If they appeared, they could blow him to death in one breath. It would be strange if he didn't run. Go quickly. At this moment, Bone Demon also roared and quickly retracted his aura. As for Lu Ming, he pushed his speed to the limit and ran forward. Deep underground, there seemed to be a spiritual sense spreading out and sweeping across Lu Ming and Blue Maple. Both of their bodies tensed up, and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. Fortunately, the spiritual sense seemed to have ignored them. After sweeping around, it retracted. The terrifying aura underground also retracted and disappeared. Phew, Lu Ming breathed heavily. It was too terrifying just now. Lu Ming's heart almost jumped to his throat. If that existence really crawled out, Lu Ming would definitely die. At this moment, he relaxed and suddenly felt cold sweat all over his body. Finally got rid of that guy, Lu Ming whispered. Then, he exerted all his strength and ran forward. This area was enveloped by a large array. Lu Ming didn't know how far he had run, but he was still in the array. He was surrounded by black fog, and it was difficult to get out. Let's wait. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he found a place to sit down and began to operate the Universe Myriad Dao art to heal his injuries. Previously, when he fought with Blue Maple, his injuries were still quite serious. If he didn't heal in time, it would have a great impact on his foundation. Chapter 3164. Thump, 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 Lu Ming's heart was beating violently. This was the beating of the ancient god's heart, like a drum. Waves of energy flowed out from the ancient god's heart and spread throughout Lu Ming's body, slowly strengthening Lu Ming's divine body. The ancient god's heart could constantly absorb energy from the outside world and produce a special energy that continuously strengthened Lu Ming's divine body. Although this speed was slow, after so many years of accumulation, Lu Ming's divine body was much stronger than an ordinary person's. Normally, when a cultivator's cultivation increased, their divine body would also be refined by the divine strength. Therefore, the higher one's cultivation was, the stronger their divine body would be. However, Lu Ming's divine body was at least comparable to an expert in the fourth layer of the king god realm or above. Therefore, his vitality was extremely vigorous and his recovery speed was also very fast. Blue Maple's destruction sword essence, which had penetrated Lu Ming's divine body, was constantly being forced out. Swoosh, 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 numerous tiny sword auras flew out from Lu Ming's body and shot at the ground, piercing holes the size of needles in the ground. After these tiny sword chi were forced out, Lu Ming's wound started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 days later, Lu Ming's wounds were completely healed and he was back to his peak condition. At this moment, the black fog in the sky suddenly rolled and gathered towards the ground as if it was being absorbed by the ground. The fog floating in the sky became thinner and thinner. Has the formation been sealed? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was very likely that Blue Maple and the others had succeeded in sealing the 4 formation eyes. Not long after, the black fog in the sky disappeared without a trace and a boundless plain appeared in front of Lu Ming. I have to get out of here quickly. Lu Ming roughly identified the direction and then quickly flew away. Now that the formation was sealed, the experts that Blue Maple had brought could enter this place. If he ran into those experts, only death would await him. Fortunately, Lu Ming's luck was good and he didn't run into anyone else. After flying for more than an hour, Lu Ming finally left the plane and arrived at a barren mountain range. Lu Ming's intuition told him that Lu Ming had left the area covered by the formation. However, after arriving here, Lu Ming didn't relax because there were all kinds of ghosts wandering in this barren mountain range. Lu Ming saw ghosts, corpses, skeletons, and red-haired zombies. It was a gathering place of ghosts. Kid, I'll teach you a way to disguise your aura as a ghost. The Bone's voice came. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming was. Lu Ming originally wanted to go around this area because he wanted to find the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. However, he didn't know where the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe was, so he could only go around and try his luck. Lu Ming guessed that the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe lived in the depths of the Ghost region. Therefore, he only had to go in the direction of the Ghost region. However, if he could disguise his aura as a ghost, it would be much more convenient for him to move around. Soon, a message was transmitted to Lu Ming's mind. It was a secret technique that the Bone Demon had taught him. Lu Ming wasn't surprised. The Bone Demon was originally a skeleton, so it was normal for it to have such a secret technique. This secret technique was just a small trick to hide one's aura. It was very simple to cultivate and Lu Ming didn't take long to understand it. With a thought, the secret technique was activated and the ghostly chi in the air gathered towards Lu Ming and covered his body. In an instant, Lu Ming's appearance became eerie. This secret technique was very simple. It was to absorb the ghostly chi in the surroundings and hide one's aura. It was very crude, but creatures with high spiritual intelligence could easily recognize it. However, Lu Ming found that the ghosts in the Ghost region were very low in spiritual intelligence. This method was enough to fool them. As expected, Lu Ming flew forward. A few red-haired zombies passed by Lu Ming and completely ignored him, treating him as one of them. Ha, it works. Lu Ming laughed in his heart and felt relieved. He increased his speed and rushed into the wilderness. Along the way, not a single ghost attacked him. Their journey was smooth sailing as they passed through the wilderness and arrived at another region. The Ghost region was very large and there were countless ghosts living there. Lu Ming didn't have a destination. He just relied on his intuition and kept going deeper into the Ghost region. Half a month later, Lu Ming didn't know how long he had traveled, but he still didn't find the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. Where is the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe? Don't tell me they went extinct after so many years. Lu Ming muttered, but then he shook his head. According to Blue Merchant, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe was full of experts. How could they go extinct so easily? Lu Ming could only wait patiently and continue his search. Roar! Roar! Just as Lu Ming was passing through a mountain range, several roars came from the mountain range. Then, several huge figures rushed toward Lu Ming. Violent energy rushed toward Lu Ming like a gust of wind. Lu Ming was shocked. He quickly retreated and took a closer look. There were 3 figures in front of him, each of them about 2 meters tall. Their bodies were black, their eyes were red, and their mouths were bared with fangs. It's the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. Lu Ming couldn't help but be overjoyed. Before entering, Blue Merchant had described the appearance of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe to Lu Ming. They were very similar to the ones in front of him. Finally, he found the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. Lu Ming was sizing up the Nether Ape Combat Tribe members. The Nether Ape Combat Tribe members were also sizing Lu Ming up. A human pretending to be a ghost? What are you trying to do? What is your purpose? One of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members said, his voice filled with violence. Clearly, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe was not a ghost. They were very intelligent and could easily see that Lu Ming was not a ghost, but a human. Are you the warriors of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe? Lu Ming asked politely. That's right. What are you doing here? Did the Taishu dynasty send you here to spy on the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe? One of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members said coldly, his body emitting a cold murderous aura. Boom! Boom! The other 2 Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members also emitted a powerful aura. Half-step God Kings. The 3 Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members were all half-step God Kings. You have misunderstood. To tell you the truth, I am the successor of Jinyu. Lu Ming revealed his identity. Battle Ancestor Jinyu? Are you saying that you are the successor of Battle Ancestor Jinyu? The 3 Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members exclaimed at the same time. So the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members call Prince Jinyu the Battle Ancestor? Lu Ming thought to himself. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Kid, do you have any evidence? If you don't have any evidence, the consequences will be severe. One of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members said coldly. Coupled with the fact that he had opened his mouth wide, he looked very ferocious. Chapter 3165. The few Dark Ape Combat Tribe members stared at Lu Ming. If they found out that Lu Ming was lying, they would attack and kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, "Wait and see." After that, Lu Ming began to control the battle character formula. In his sea of knowledge, the battle character formula glowed and appeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows. The ancient battle character appeared on Lu Ming's forehead. It shone brightly and emitted a strange aura. The origin ancient character, battle. The battle ancestor's origin character is on him. Is he really the successor of the battle ancestor? The 3 Dark Ape Combat Tribe members exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes were wide open. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, figures flew out from the mountain below. They were all from the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, and there were more than 20 of them. Some of them were divine kings and their auras were thick and vigorous. The Dark Ape Combat Tribe members looked at the battle character in shock. The battle ancestor's origin character has appeared again. It seems like he really is the successor of the battle ancestor. Some of the Divine King Combat Tribe members discussed. Do you believe me now? Lu Ming put away the battle character formula and said with a smile. You have the battle character, so I believe you. However, this is a serious matter and we have to report it to the higher-ups. Wait here and wait for news from them. One of the Divine King Combat Tribe members said. Of course. Lu Ming smiled. He stood in the air and waited quietly. One of the Dark Ape Combat Tribe members took out a black bone and fiddled with it. Then, a black light shot up into the sky and disappeared. Lu Ming guessed that it was something similar to a sound transmission jade talisman. Not long after, the black bone in the Dark Ape Combat Tribe member's hand shone brightly. He had received the news. When the Dark Ape Combat Tribe member saw the news, his expression changed slightly. Then, his lips moved slightly as he communicated with the other Dark Apes. After a while, the Nether Ape asked, "What's your name?" "Lu Ming." Lu Ming replied. "You're Lu Ming, right? The lords have sent a message for you to come with us to the clan's land." The Dark Ape warrior said. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Blue Merchant had told him that when Jing Yu had subdued the Nether Ape Fighting Clan, the Nether Ape Fighting Clan had obeyed Jing Yu's every command. Now that Jing Yu was dead, Lu Ming was Jing Yu's only successor and the leader of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. The Nether Ape Battle Tribe should treat him with the utmost respect. Even if the leader of the Dark Ape Battle Clan knew about it, he would have to personally welcome them. But now, not only had the Dark Ape Battle Tribe not come to greet him, but the Dark Ape Battle Tribe member's tone was also not the least bit respectful. Lu Ming was puzzled, but he did not show it on his face. "All right, please lead the way." Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward. More than 20 Nether Ape Combat Clan members swayed slightly and surrounded Lu Ming. "After you." A God King Realm Dark Ape Battle Tribe member smiled and took the lead. Lu Ming followed closely behind. However, just as Lu Ming moved, a terrifying whistling sound came from behind him. A few energy blasts tore at Lu Ming. It was a Dark Ape Battle Tribe member. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe member's fingernails were very long and they were as sharp as blades as they clawed at Lu Ming. It was a half-step God King Realm Dark Ape Battle Tribe member. However, Lu Ming seemed to have expected it. He turned around and punched the Dark Ape Battle Tribe member's claw. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. Lu Ming did not move an inch, but the Dark Ape Battle Tribe member was sent flying and he coughed out blood. Of course, Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, a half-step God King Realm Dark Ape Battle Tribe member would have been crushed to pieces. The other Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were shocked when they saw this. They unleashed their auras and surrounded Lu Ming. They locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming was surrounded by more than 20 Nether Ape Combat Clan members. An 8th level heavenly god. Not bad. You are indeed the successor of the startled Feather Battle ancestor. One of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members said. Why? Lu Ming asked with a solemn face. He felt that something was amiss at first. He did not expect the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members to attack him. He did not understand why the Dark Ape Battle Tribe would attack him. Blue Merchant had told him that the Dark Ape Battle Tribe would respect him as long as he showed them the battle symbol art. It's simple. Lord sent a message to kill you and take away your origin symbol. A God King Realm Dark Ape Battle Tribe member said coldly. You think you can do that? Lu Ming spoke. Suddenly, he took a step forward and dashed in one direction. A long spear appeared in his hand and a spear gleam as big as a mountain blasted out. Leave it to me. One of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members shouted. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming. In the process of dashing out, an iron rod appeared in his hand and he swung it toward Lu Ming. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe member was a first-level heavenly god. However, a first-level heavenly god was still no match for Lu Ming. Boom! The spear light and the metal rod collided, creating ripples of shockwaves that spread out in all directions. Then, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe member retreated. He's so strong. The other Dark Ape Battle Tribe members widened their eyes in shock. They had never heard of an 8th-level heavenly god defeating a first-level heavenly god with a single move. Again. The Dark Ape Combat Tribe member that had been repelled let out a roar as his body began to expand. His muscles bulged as he grew into a 10-meter-tall giant ape. Boom! The giant ape swung his metal rod at Lu Ming again, creating a terrifying whistling sound. Moon slashing. Lu Ming had activated the battle character formula to quadruple his fighting strength. He used the moon slashing. Their attacks collided once again. This time, it was the Dark Ape battle tribe that was forced to retreat. However, Lu Ming's expression changed. This time, Lu Ming felt that the Dark Ape battle tribe members' fighting strength had doubled. Double fighting strength. The Dark Ape battle tribe could double their fighting strength. It was similar to the battle character formula. Lu Ming vaguely understood why Jing Yu had subdued the Dark Ape battle tribe and why they were so shocked when they saw the battle character formula. It was possible that the Dark Ape battle tribe had mastered some kind of secret technique that was similar to the battle character formula. Again. The Dark Ape battle ape that had been pushed back roared and charged at Huang Xiaolong again. Don't waste time. Let's kill him together. It won't be good if the tribe leader knows about this. Another Dark Ape battle tribe member roared and released his aura. 3rd level King God Realm. Then, the other Dark Ape battle tribe members also released their powerful auras. There were 3 3rd level heavenly gods. There were 13 2nd level heavenly gods and 1st level heavenly gods. The rest were half-step divine kings. After the previous exchange, Lu Ming knew that the Dark Ape battle tribe members were extremely strong. They were stronger than the people outside and were not weaker than some of the geniuses. Chapter 3166. Qiuqiu. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu immediately wriggled and turned into an armor that covered Lu Ming's body. When Qiuqiu's armor covered Lu Ming's body, dozens of iron rods came crashing down on Lu Ming from all directions. The power was shocking. Sizzle. 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 Lu Ming's body emitted lightning bolts that shot out in all directions. The lightning bolts accurately hit the iron rods of the Dark Ape fighting tribe. The Dark Ape fighting tribe members' bodies shook violently as they retreated. However, none of them were killed. Lu Ming had shown mercy. After all, he still wanted to subdue the Dark Ape fighting tribe. If he killed them, it would be even more difficult. Damn it. It's a metal life form. One of the Dark Ape fighting tribe members shouted. Whoosh. After Lu Ming repelled the Dark Ape fighting tribe members, he stepped forward and charged toward a few of them. Lightning bolts condensed into a long spear that Lu Ming held in his hand. Whoosh. 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 Lu Ming waved his long spear and pressed it against the Dark Ape fighting tribe members. Bang. 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 3 Dark Ape fighting tribe members were hit by the lightning spear. Their bodies trembled as their hair stood on end and they fell to the ground. Use the ghost battle art. One of the Dark Ape fighting tribe members shouted. At the same time, his body swelled rapidly and he turned into a giant ape that was more than 10 meters tall. At the same time, the other Dark Ape fighting tribe members also began to swell. Some of them became 4 to 5 meters tall, some 7 to 8 meters tall, and some more than 10 meters tall. Lu Ming waved his long spear and charged forward. The Dark Ape fighting tribe members also swung their iron rods at Lu Ming. Boom! 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 The two sides continued to clash, but Qiuqiu's strength was still a notch higher. It was able to force the Dark Ape fighting tribe members back. Some of the weaker Dark Ape fighting tribe members trembled uncontrollably. Their hair stood on end, and black smoke rose from their bodies. There was even a burnt smell coming from them as they fell to the ground. Only a few 3rd layer King God Realm Dark Ape fighting tribe members managed to withstand the attacks. However, their bodies were also smoking. Their combat strength has increased. Lu Ming was surprised. He discovered that the combat prowess of the Nether Ape battle tribe members had increased as their bodies swelled up. Of course, the degree of improvement varied from person to person. Some of them increased by a few times, while some increased by 2 times. The highest one increased by a few times. This secret technique was very similar to the battle character formula. Speak, why do you want to kill me? Lu Ming bellowed as he charged toward the Dark Ape fighting tribe's 3rd-tier King God Realm experts. I don't need a reason to kill you. One of the Dark Ape Battle Clan members shouted, his eyes cold. Really? Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. If you don't speak, then I can only send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. Who are you going to send on their way? At this moment, a cold voice came from afar. Just as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. This was also a Dark Ape Battle Clan member. He was more than 2 meters tall and had bulging muscles all over his body. The most shocking thing was that the aura of this Nether Ape Combat Tribe member was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Divine Lord Realm. He could not be wrong. This Dark Ape Battle Clan member's aura was very similar to the Divine Lord Realm expert he had encountered before. They were at the same level. Moreover, this Dark Ape Battle Clan member's eyes were cold. It was obvious that he was up to no good. Great Elder. When the other Dark Ape Battle Clan members saw this Dark Ape Battle Clan member, they bowed respectfully. This ape was the Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan. You are the successor of Battle Ancestor Jingyu? The Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan looked at Lu Ming and asked coldly. There was no respect in his voice. That's right. Lu Ming said. Since you know that I am the successor of Prince Jingyu, you still want to kill me. How dare you? Are you trying to go against your superiors? Go against my superiors? Jingyu died a long time ago. Furthermore, it is because of Jingyu that our clan has been holed up in this godforsaken place. As long as we kill you, we can kill our way out of the primitive universe. We can do whatever we want in this vast universe. The Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan laughed. His gaze toward Lu Ming was extremely cold. Lu Ming was sweating profusely, and his muscles were tense. He felt a great sense of danger. Suddenly, a beam of divine light shot out from the eyes of the Elder of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe and he charged toward Lu Ming. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt that the surrounding void had been completely locked down. He could not move at all. This time, I'm going to be killed by Lan Shu. Lu Ming sighed inside. Hadn't they said that as long as he took out the battle character art and proved that he was Jing Yu's successor, the Dark Ape Battle Clan would obediently listen to him? But now, why were the Dark Ape Battle Clan members shouting to kill him whenever they saw him? The difference between reality and his imagination was too great. Just as Lu Ming thought that he was definitely going to die, the space in front of him suddenly rippled, and a stone staff appeared and struck the ray of divine light. With a bang, the ray of divine light dissipated. After that, another Dark Ape Battle Clan member appeared in front of Lu Ming. This Dark Ape Battle Clan member was only around 1.8 meters tall, and he looked skinnier than the other Dark Apes. However, when the other Dark Apes saw this Dark Ape Battle Clan member, their expressions changed. They bowed and said, "This subordinate greets the Patriarch." This skinny Dark Ape Battle Clan member was actually the Patriarch of the Dark Ape Battle Clan. Patriarch. The Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe didn't bow, but his expression was a little ugly. Yuan Song, you actually dared to kill Battle Ancestor Jing Yu's successor? You're too bold. The Great Elder snorted coldly. His expression was gloomy, and a powerful aura came from him. Kill him, then kill our way out. What's wrong with that? The Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan said coldly. Of course not. My Dark Ape Battle Clan swore to be loyal to Battle Ancestor Jing Yu and his descendants. You swore the same oath back then. Have you forgotten? The Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan said loudly. The Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan remained silent. What's going on? At this moment, Lu Ming was a little confused. The Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan wanted to kill him, but the Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan wanted to save him. It seemed like the Great Elder wanted to be loyal to him. At that moment, in the distant sky, many figures rushed over. They were all Dark Ape Battle Clan members. There were at least a few hundred of them, and each of them had an unfathomable aura. There are so many experts. They're all at least in the 7th layer of the Divine King realm. Lu Ming was shocked. The Dark Ape Battle Clan members that came later were all extremely powerful. Each one of them could easily kill Lu Ming. These Dark Ape Battle Clan members were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already in the vicinity. All of the Dark Ape Battle Clan members looked at Lu Ming curiously. "Little brother, you're the successor of Battle Ancestor Jingyu. Show us your origin ancient character and let us see it." The Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan said to Lu Ming. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. He manipulated the battle formula again, causing the battle formula to appear. Yun Reading Network. Chapter 3167. The battle word manual once again appeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It shone brightly and attracted everyone's attention. The Ancient Origin Battle Symbol. It really is the Ancient Origin Battle Symbol. The chief of the Dark Ape Battle Clan murmured to himself. Then, his body trembled slightly. He seemed to be very excited. "Greetings, Patriarch of the Dark Ape Tribe, Yuan Huan." Then, the leader of the Nether Ape Battle Clan bowed respectfully to Lu Ming. "Greetings, Patriarch." Following that, the other powerful figures of the Nether Ape Fighting Tribe also bowed respectfully to Lu Ming. However, not everyone bowed to Lu Ming. A small number of them stood still and the Grand Elder was one of them. "Patriarch, please get up." "Why are you calling me Patriarch?" Lu Ming quickly helped Yuan Huan, the leader of the Nether Ape Battle Clan, up and asked curiously. "In the past, we of the Dark Ape Tribe swore to be loyal to Patriarch Startled Feather. Now that Patriarch Startled Feather has fallen and you are his successor, you are naturally our new patriarch." The clan leader of the Dark Ape Battle Clan bowed respectfully. It was not an act. "I see." Lu Ming nodded, thinking in his heart that this was what Lan Shang had described. Previously, when the Grand Elder wanted to kill him the moment he saw him, he was dumbstruck. "Yuan Song, the new patriarch is here. Come and greet him." The Patriarch of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe scolded the Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. "New Patriarch? Hee, you may recognize him, but I don't." Yuan Song sneered. "Why not?" Yuan Huan asked. Back then, Battle Ancestor Jingyu was extremely powerful. His divine might was peerless and his battle prowess was unparalleled. Our Dark Ape Fighting Tribe was naturally convinced by him. However, this brat is only a heavenly god. What future does our tribe have if we follow him? Yuan Song sneered. Cultivation can be improved. He is still young, so he will be able to improve his cultivation in the future. Yuan Huan said. Do you think it's easy to improve one's cultivation? How could it be that easy? Without exceptional talent, one's achievements will be limited in the end. Yuan Song smiled disdainfully. As for him, he could only rely on the assistance of a metallic life form when he fought earlier. Otherwise, probably any god king would be able to kill him on his own. Yuan Huan frowned and asked, "Then what do you want?" "If he wants to become the new warlord of the Nether Ape Battle Clan, that's fine. He'll have to pass our test and enter the 18 levels of hell. As long as he passes the 9 levels of hell, I'll acknowledge him as the new warlord, and I'll be loyal to him." Yuan Song shouted, his voice spreading throughout the entire area. His words caused the eyes of some of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members who had originally approved of Lu Ming to light up. That was right, the matter of the battle progenitor was no small matter. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe had to submit to the new war ancestor unconditionally. This was a matter of life and death for the tribe. If the new battle progenitor's talent was average, and his future cultivation was average as well, what could he achieve by following this person? It might even lead the Dark Ape Battle Clan down a path of no return. I think the Great Elder is right. This person must pass the test before he can become the new war ancestor. That's right. As long as he can pass the 9 levels of hell, he'll pass. Some of the experts who were on the Great Elder's side spoke out. We're not looking down on the war ancestor, but the Great Elder is right. We'll have to trouble the war ancestor to take the test. If the war ancestor doesn't agree to take the test, we'll send the war ancestor safely out of the ghost region. At that moment, an old Dark Ape Battle Tribe member who had approved of Lu Ming spoke out. You, the patriarch of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, Yuan Huan, was in a difficult position. All right, I agree to take the test. Lu Ming spoke out, his voice spreading throughout the area. He had experienced a lot along the way, and he naturally understood that if he wanted to convince others, he had to show them something worthy of their trust. Strength was a capital, and so was talent. Therefore, if he wanted to subdue the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, he had to show them something worthy of their trust. Only then would he be able to use the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. When Jingyu had subdued the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, he had not only relied on the battle character art, but also his strength. Since he wasn't strong enough, he could only rely on his talent. All right, Great Elder. You've heard him. He has also agreed to take the test. The Great Elder looked at the Great Elder. All right, then let's take the test. In 3 months, we'll open the 18 levels of hell. The Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, Yuan Huan, finally made his decision. Seeing that Yuan Huan had given the order, the Great Elder smiled. The 18 levels of hell weren't easy to pass. Every level was difficult, and passing the 9 levels was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If Lu Ming couldn't pass the 9 levels, it would be a good reason to send Lu Ming away. If Lu Ming really passed the 9 levels, it meant that his talent was really amazing. Then why not acknowledge Lu Ming as the war ancestor? Let's go back to the tribe. Yuan Huan ordered. Immediately, Lu Ming followed Yuan Huan and the others and flew forward. After flying for a while, huge ancient trees appeared in front of them. These ancient trees were really too big. Many of them were more than 100 meters in diameter, and many of them were more than 1,000 meters in diameter. The canopy of the trees reached into the clouds. At a glance, these ancient trees were everywhere. It was a magnificent sight. At a glance, there were figures leaping back and forth between the ancient trees. They were all members of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. Lu Ming was surprised that the Dark Ape Battle Tribe lived in these ancient trees. When they returned, the experts left one after another. After that, someone arranged for Lu Ming's residence. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at an ancient tree that was a few hundred meters in diameter. A courtyard was built between the branches of the ancient tree. It was rather elegant. This was Lu Ming's residence. Lu Ming would stay here for the time being. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a dark ape came and said that the Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe had invited him. Lu Ming followed the Dark Ape Battle Tribe and came to a huge tree that was more than 5,000 meters in diameter. He entered a palace among the branches. Greetings, Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. Lu Ming cupped his fists slightly. Greetings, Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. Yuan Huan quickly bowed to Lu Ming. Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, why did you call me here? Lu Ming asked. It's about the test. Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, I guess you don't know the details of the 18 levels of hell. Yuan Huan said. I don't know. Please tell me. Lu Ming said politely. The 18 levels of hell is a special place in the ghost region. It's not worth mentioning to us. However, it's difficult for young people like you to pass through it. The 18 levels of hell are the training grounds for the younger generation of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. There are 18 levels in total and each level is more difficult than the previous one. Even a first-layer Divine King Realm genius would find it difficult to pass through 9 levels. Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe is only at the 8th layer of the Heavenly God Realm. Yuan Huan explained. Feng Yun Reading Network. Chapter 3168. Lu Ming nodded. As the name suggested, the 18 levels of hell had a total of 18 levels. Each level was harder than the previous one. However, one didn't need to pass the 18th level. One only needed to pass the 9th level. Yuan Huan said that even the peerless geniuses of the first layer of King God Realm couldn't pass the 9th level. Lu Ming wasn't worried about that. Even if the geniuses of the first layer of King God Realm couldn't pass the 9th level, it didn't mean that he couldn't pass it. When he was only at the 7th layer of Heavenly God Realm, he had defeated almost all the geniuses of the 1st layer of King God Realm from the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion and the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, including Yuan Yu, who had awakened his God origin factor for the 2nd time. Yuan Yu's fighting competence was almost invincible in the 1st sky of King God Realm. Not many 1st sky of King God Realm warriors could defeat Yuan Yu. Some of them had awakened their God origin factor more than Yuan Yu. However, it was almost impossible for a 1st layer of King God Realm cultivator to awaken his God origin factor for the 3rd time. Some of them were like Lu Ming, who had all kinds of heaven-defying skills. Therefore, Yuan Yu represented the peak of the 1st layer of King God Realm. Lu Ming could defeat Yuan Yu when he was at the 7th layer of Heavenly God Realm. Now that he was at the 8th layer of Heavenly God Realm, it was even easier for him to defeat Yuan Yu. Therefore, he was confident that he could pass the 9th level. As long as he could pass the 9th level, he didn't need to pass the 18th level. Lu Ming was quite confident. Of course, in other people's eyes, it was impossible for him to pass the 9th level with his 8th layer of Heavenly God Realm cultivation base. I'll tell you the details when the 18 levels of Hell open in 3 months. I have another thing to tell you today. Yuan Huan said. Another thing? What is it? Lu Ming was puzzled. Battle Ancestor, did some other people enter the ghost realm with you? Yuan Huan asked. Some other people? Blue Maple and the others. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. Other than him, only Blue Maple and the others had entered the ghost realm. Battle Ancestor, are you friends with them? Yuan Huan asked. No, they are enemies. A cold light flashed in the eyes. Lu Ming. Patriarch. Those people have been attacking God Statue Mountain for the past few days. I thought they were the Battle Ancestors' friends, so I didn't send anyone to deal with them. So they're the Battle Ancestors' enemies. At this point, a cold light flashed in Yuan Huan's eyes. Statue Mountain? What's there? Lu Ming asked. Blue Maple had mobilized so many people from the Great Illusionary Sage capital to enter the Ghost region and obtain some kind of treasure. This was definitely very valuable. Lu Ming immediately became interested. Blue Maple would probably be infuriated if he could snatch away the treasure that he wanted. There is nothing but a statue on the mountain of divine statues. Yuan Huan replied. Other than a statue, there is nothing else? Lu Ming was surprised. Without any treasures, what was Blue Maple going to do? Patriarch, can you lend me a group of strong cultivators? I have a grudge against these people, it's time to settle the score. Lu Ming said. Alright, since he's an enemy of the Battle Ancestor, he should be eliminated. I was just about to send someone over. Yuan Huan said. Patriarch, there are many strong cultivators in this group. There are even a few divine lords. Lu Ming reminded Yuan Huan. Don't worry, I'll send someone over. After saying that, Yuan Huan took out a pitch-black bone and began to transmit his voice. It seems like the strength of the Dark Ape fighting tribe is beyond my imagination. Lu Ming thought to himself. Looking at Yuan Huan's expression, it was obvious that he didn't care about a few divine lords. One could imagine that there were many divine lords in the Dark Ape fighting tribe. Lu Ming was even more determined to subdue the Dark Ape fighting tribe. If he could make use of this powerful force, it would be of great help to his future development. Half an hour later, in the land of the Nether Ape fighting tribe, a group of Nether Apes followed Lu Ming and flew into the distance. Battle Ancestor, I'll bring you along. Beside Lu Ming, there was an old dark ape with white hair. He was the strongest cultivator to assist Lu Ming this time. His name was Yuan Fei. Alright, thank you, senior. Lu Ming nodded. After that, Yuan Fei waved his hand, and a divine light enveloped Lu Ming. Their speed suddenly increased as they flew into the distance. In less than an hour, a majestic mountain appeared in front of them. The mountain was huge, and it pierced through the clouds. The area it occupied was shocking, and one couldn't see the end of it. Battle Ancestor, this is the Divine Statue Mountain. Those outsiders are on the Divine Statue Mountain. Let's kill them. Yuan Fei said. Wait, we'll go up from the other side. Lu Ming hurriedly said. He didn't want to show himself first. He wanted to see what Lu Maple was doing here. If he went up directly, he wouldn't know what Lu Maple's goal was. All right. Yuan Fei nodded in agreement. They were Yuan Huan's subordinates, and they were very supportive of Lu Ming. Therefore, they listened to Lu Ming's words. Immediately, they rushed up from the other side of the mountain. There were all kinds of ghosts on the mountain. When they saw Lu Ming, they wanted to charge at him. However, when they saw the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, they were frightened and quickly retreated. They went up the mountain without any obstructions. Soon, they were close to the peak. Roar! Kakik! When they reached the peak, they heard ear-piercing and unpleasant cries coming from the other side. There were also all kinds of flashes of divine light. Rumbling sounds were incessant. Clearly, there was a great battle going on. They looked for rocks to hide in and then looked into the distance. The first thing that came into view was a huge stone statue. The statue was over 1,000 zhang tall, making it extremely huge. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this stone statue was carved into a primitive divine spirit. There were 4 huge stone chains around the statue, locking it in place. After that, Lu Ming saw Lu Maple and the group of powerful cultivators he had brought with him. Lu Maple and the powerful cultivators he brought with him were divided into 2 groups. One group was outside because there were countless ghosts attacking them. These people were resisting the ghosts. Lu Maple personally led a group of powerful cultivators to attack the 4 stone chains around the statue. Lu Ming saw that one of the stone chains had been broken. There were only 3 left. They were attacking the second one. Dang! 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 Their attacks bombarded the stone chains. The stone chains shook violently and sparks flew in all directions. What a tough chain! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. There were 2 powerful cultivators in the Divine Lord realm who participated in attacking the chains. There were also many high-level divine kings. With so many powerful cultivators joining forces, they couldn't break the chains in one go. However, it only caused small cracks to appear on the chains. The Divine Lord realm cultivators could only leave small cracks on the chains. One could imagine how tough the chains were. Only when there were more and more cracks could the chains be broken. Roar! Kakik! Outside, there were countless ghosts of all shapes and sizes. They were constantly attacking Blue Maple and the others. Fengyun Reading Network. Chapter 3169. Countless ghosts attacked Blue Maple and the others. However, Blue Maple and the others were well prepared this time. They had brought along many treasures that could counter ghosts. One by one, the arrayed discs flew into the air and arranged themselves into various large arrays. Some of the formations exuded boundless holy light. Some of them were filled with bolts of lightning. There were also some that were filled with scorching flames. These elements were all used to counter ghosts. Many different ghosts were reduced to ashes by the holy light, the lightning, and the flames. Although there were many ghosts, none of them were too powerful. They couldn't break through the statue's defenses. This allowed Blue Maple and the others to attack the stone chains with ease. Could Blue Maple's target be this statue? But this statue looks ordinary. I can't sense any special aura from it. I wonder what it's used for. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. From afar, this statue looked like an ordinary statue carved from a mountain rock. Apart from the fact that it looked very ancient and was filled with the aura of time, there was nothing special about it. Blue Maple mobilized so many people just for this statue. Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. War Ancestor, should we make a move? Yuan Fei secretly transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. No need. Let's wait for a while. Lu Ming replied. Let's observe the situation before making a move. Since Blue Maple's target was this statue, it must be useful. Lu Ming naturally wanted to snatch it. However, the stone chains were extremely tough. They couldn't be destroyed so easily. It wouldn't be too late for them to make a move after Blue Maple and the others were done. Wouldn't it be a pity if they didn't make use of free labor? Lu Ming and the others waited quietly. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Clang! Finally, the second stone chain was broken. After such a long time, they finally broke the second chain. There were still 2 chains left. Quick, attack the third! Blue Maple shouted. These elites charged towards the third chain and unleashed a flurry of attacks. More than a day later, the third chain was broken. With only the last chain left, they continued to attack the fourth chain. Ha ha ha, the primordial statue of God is mine. Blue Maple was ecstatic, and his eyes burned with passion. He had learned from an ancient book that there was a primordial deity statue in the Ghost region. That was why he had brought a large number of experts here. He had never thought that it was true. There was actually a primordial deity statue here. Boom! Boom! As the rumbling continued, the gap on the fourth stone chain grew larger and larger. After almost a day, the gap had already occupied more than half of the stone chain. At this rate, the fourth chain would be completely broken in less than a day. It's about time. Lu Ming murmured. Then, he said a few words to Yuan Fei. Lu Ming's figure moved and rushed out. Lu Ming didn't feel the slightest bit of hindrance as the other ghosts were all frightened by the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. Who is it? Lu Ming was discovered by Blue Maple's subordinates the moment he made his move. Instantly, many people turned to look at Lu Ming, including Blue Maple. Lu Ming, is that you? Blue Maple exclaimed when he saw Lu Ming. His eyes widened in shock. Although he had escaped, how could Lu Ming appear here alone? How was he able to climb this mountain alone? Blue Maple, I trust you have been well since we last met. Lu Ming smiled and looked at the deity statue. He said, so you've brought a large number of people here for this deity statue. This deity statue looks very ordinary. I wonder what is its use. Lu Ming wanted to know the use of this deity statue. Lu Ming, you actually dare to appear here alone. Very good. Blue Maple did not answer Lu Ming's question. There was a ferocious glint in his eyes as he shouted, this person launched a sneak attack on me in the foggy area previously. He wanted to kill me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and managed to avoid the calamity. Lu Feng shouted, directly framing Lu Ming. After all, there were many people from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace here. He needed an excuse to kill Lu Ming. What? This person dares to attack young master? He's courting death. I'll kill him. One of Blue Maple's subordinates shouted furiously. His body was like a giant bird as he flew towards Lu Ming. Before the person arrived, the violent force swept toward Lu Ming like a gust of wind. Blue Maple's subordinate was a cultivator of the 7th King God layer. Obviously, he wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move. He did not want to give Lu Ming any chance to speak. However, Lu Ming was prepared for this. Boom! A terrifying explosion arose. A giant iron stick dashed towards the warrior of the 7th King God layer with an even more intimidating aura. The iron rod shattered the Lan family expert's attack and landed on his body. He screamed in pain as his body flew out like a cannonball. His body exploded in the air and he died on the spot. A 7th layer Divine King expert was killed instantly. Blue Maple and the others were shocked. Roar roar roar, a series of furious roars could be heard as several figures charged toward Qin Nan. The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe had attacked. It's the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. Oh no, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe is still here, someone exclaimed. Kill all these outsiders. Kill them. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe cultivator roared, and a huge shadow of his staff covered the sky as he charged towards Blue Maple and the others. In an instant, a few experts were killed by the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. Damn it. Stop the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. You guys continue to attack the chains, Blue Maple roared. He ordered a group of people to stop the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe while the rest continued to attack the chains. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their bodies flashed as a group of experts charged towards the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe and unleashed powerful attacks. Although Blue Maple's subordinates were all experts, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe's members were also experts. Their fighting strength was even more shocking. The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe used a secret technique unique to the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. Their fighting strength increased tremendously as their iron rods flew across the sky. Bang! 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 In an instant, more than 10 of Blue Maple's subordinates were killed. Their bodies exploded and their souls were destroyed. At this moment, Lu Ming took the opportunity to retreat to the other side. Damn it! Why aren't the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe attacking Lu Ming? Blue Maple roared in his heart as he retreated. He couldn't figure out why the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe didn't attack Lu Ming. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Lu Ming was Jing Yu's successor. Furthermore, he didn't know that the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe had already been subdued by Jing Yu. Naturally, he wouldn't have thought that these Dark Ape Fighting Tribe were brought here by Lu Ming. He only thought that they had been discovered by the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. That was why they were attacked. Don't attack the chains. Kill these Dark Ape Fighting Tribe first. Blue Maple roared. Suddenly, the two Divine Emperors who were attacking the chains moved and charged towards the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe, unleashing terrifying attacks. Once the Divine Emperors appeared, their aura suppressed the entire area. However, the Divine Emperors of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe also attacked. A few rods as large as pillars came crashing down. Chapter 3170. Divine Emperors, someone exclaimed. The Divine Emperor of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe had made his move. W. 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 Ranweena. Boom. Boom. The entire area was in an uproar as the Divine Emperors engaged in a fierce battle. However, the Divine Emperors brought by Blue Maple were at a disadvantage as the Divine Emperors of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe outnumbered them. Blue Maple had a total of 3 Divine Emperors on his side. One of the Divine Emperors had been assisting in the fight against the ghosts earlier, and now, he had also rushed over to fight the Divine Emperor of the Dark Ape Battle Clan. 3 Divine Emperors. Interesting. Let me play with you. Yuan Fei had not made a move until now. Now that he had said that, he took a step forward and rushed out. He originally looked very old, but at this moment, his body rapidly expanded, turning into a giant ape that was more than 10 meters tall. His muscles were solid, and he looked extraordinarily mighty. Boom! He did not even take out his iron rod. Instead, he threw a punch. The void exploded as the terrifying fist energy blasted towards one of the Divine Emperors. The Divine Emperor's face changed drastically. His weapon was an ordinary battle axe. He swung the axe at Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei's fist landed on the battle axe, causing it to vibrate violently. The Divine Emperor's body shook violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Let's go. The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe is too strong. The injured Sir God roared. No, we must take the idol away. Blue Maple roared. He was extremely unwilling to retreat now. He was so close to breaking the 4 chains when the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe suddenly appeared. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Kill! Yuan Fei roared and charged towards another Divine Emperor. This was the Divine Emperor of the Lan family. He was very powerful. He slashed at Yuan Fei with his sword, but Yuan Fei smashed the Divine Emperor's sword with a punch. The Divine Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe is too strong. Master, let's go. The Divine Emperor of the Lan family shouted as he used his divine power to carry Blue Maple away. Damn it! Blue Maple roared in his heart. He was so furious that he wanted to go crazy. The primordial idol was almost in his hands, but it flew away just like that. Retreat! 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 The people that Blue Maple had brought with him all retreated and charged into the distance. Stop chasing! Yuan Fei stopped everyone. In fact, they had the strength to keep Blue Maple and the others here. However, they had their own concerns. They were afraid that killing Blue Maple and the others would attract more powerful cultivators, which would be detrimental to the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. In the blink of an eye, Blue Maple and the others all left, disappearing into the horizon. Lu Ming, on the other hand, came to the bottom of the statue and examined it carefully. Senior Yuan Fei, why is this statue chained? Is there some kind of terrifying existence sealed inside? Lu Ming asked. No, the chains are only used to stabilize the body. It's just a form of protection. There's nothing terrifying in this statue. Yuan Fei's body shrunk again, turning back into an old hell ape. Then can I take this statue away? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If the battle ancestor wants to take it away, of course. Once we break the last chain, the battle ancestor can take it away. Yuan Fei said. After that, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members began to attack the last chain. The last chain was already on the verge of breaking. It didn't take them much effort to break it. After the last chain was broken, there wasn't the slightest abnormality. Lu Ming was relieved. Then, with a thought, the Jingyu painting in his mind flew out. He planned to put the statue into the Jingyu painting. The aura of the battle ancestor, Yuan Fei and the other Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were excited when they sensed the aura of Jingyu from the painting. They respected Lu Ming even more. Jingyu's death was extremely long for Lu Ming. It was measured in hundreds of millions of years. However, it wasn't too long for a divine king. It wasn't even a stellar year. A divine king could live for 5 stellar years at most. A divine lord could live even longer. Therefore, many high-tier divine kings and divine lords of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe had seen Jingyu before. Naturally, they could sense the aura of Jingyu from the painting. The Jingyu painting scroll flew out and expanded rapidly, enveloping the primordial deity statue. With a single sweep, the primordial deity statue was sucked into the scroll and disappeared. I'll keep it for future research. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, Lu Ming, Yuan Fei, and the others left the divine statue mountain and returned to the Dark Ape Battle Tribe's territory. In the following days, Lu Ming cultivated in peace and waited for the 18 levels of hell to open. Blue Maple and the others appeared at the entrance of the Ghost region. Damn the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. I'm going to destroy them. Let's go. Send a message to Father and ask him to send some elites. I'm going to destroy the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. Blue Maple shouted hysterically. His eyes were red and he was in a state of madness. Young master, you can't. A divine lord from the Lan family said. Why not? Blue Maple shouted. Young master, legend has it that the Dark Ape Battle Tribe is extremely powerful. Moreover, they are holed up in the Ghost region and have the advantage of terrain. It will be difficult to destroy them. Even our Lan family would have to mobilize a lot of forces to destroy the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. But if we do that, the strength of our Lan family will be severely depleted and we will be coveted by other forces. The Patriarch will definitely not agree to this. The Divine Lord from the Lan family said. Blue Maple calmed down after hearing that. He was right. The Lan family couldn't send a large number of elites to the Ghost region to destroy the Dark Ape Battle Tribe just because of a primordial statue. If Blue Maple really proposed that, the Patriarch of the Lan family would think that he hadn't thought things through and look down on him. One had to know that the competition in the Lan family was very fierce. Many people wanted to pull him down and replace him. However, I can't just give up on the primordial statue. I can only borrow more people from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King to take a look at the primordial statue. I hope it's still there. Blue Maple sighed in his heart. He then left the Ghost region to borrow more people from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King. When he returned to the primordial statue mountain, he found that the primordial statue was gone. Damn the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. Blue Maple roared. He thought that the primordial statue had been taken away by the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. He didn't dare to attack the Dark Ape Battle Tribe and could only leave the Ghost region obediently. The 9 Extinction Heavenly Kings sent experts to reseal the entrance of the Ghost region. After Lu Ming returned to the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, he suddenly thought of a problem that made Lu Ming anxious. If Blue Maple left the Ghost region and the 9 Extinction Heavenly King resealed the entrance, how would he get out? Would he have to stay in the Ghost domain and accompany the Dark Ape Battle Tribe from now on? Lu Ming couldn't accept this. His family and friends were all outside. If they didn't see Lu Ming for a long time, they would be worried. Moreover, he still had to reverse the verdict for Jingyu. There were less than 180 years before the Great Void Imperial family's holy courtyard was opened. He couldn't miss it. Chapter 3171. Therefore, he hurriedly sought out the tribe leader of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, Yuan Huan, and told him about his concerns. WW. Combat Ancestor, you don't have to worry. There's actually another exit in the Ghost's domain. Those outside don't know about it. Yuan Huan smiled. There's another exit? Upon hearing that, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. That's right. The Taishu dynasty thought that they had sealed the exit of the Ghost's domain. They don't know that there's another exit. We can leave anytime we want. Yuan Huan said. The main reason we didn't leave is because Combat Ancestor Jingyu has fallen. We have no one to protect us. We've been hiding in the Ghost's domain all these years, waiting for Combat Ancestor Jingyu's successor to appear. Also, do you know why Yuan Song and the others want to kill you? Yuan Huan continued. Why? Lu Ming asked instinctively. He was also very curious about this. Yuan Song and the others obviously supported Lu Ming and respected him as the combat ancestor. However, Yuan Song and the others wanted to kill Lu Ming. Ever since combat ancestor Jingyu fell, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe has been hiding in the Ghost's domain. After so many years, some people have changed their minds. Some people think that the Dark Ape Battle Tribe can't stay in the Ghost's domain forever. They want to take the initiative to fight their way out and occupy a territory for themselves. These people are led by Yuan Song. Actually, they don't mean any harm. They just think that even someone as powerful as Jingyu has fallen, forcing the Dark Ape Battle Tribe to hide in the Ghost's domain. As for you, you're even weaker. What can you do? They might as well kill you and have freedom from then on. Yuan Huan explained. Lu Ming nodded silently. It was normal for Yuan Song and the others to have such thoughts. However, as long as you can pass the 9th level of the 18 levels of hell and prove your talent and ability to lead the Dark Ape Battle Tribe to glory, Yuan Song and the others will listen to you. Yuan Huan said. Thank you, Patriarch. Lu Ming understands. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked Yuan Huan before leaving. Since there was another entrance to the Ghost Realm, there was no need for him to be in a hurry. He would stay here and subdue the Dark Ape Battle Tribe first. Time flew by. Before long, it was time for the 18 hells to open. Yuan Huan, Yuan Song, Lu Ming, and a large number of Nether Ape Battle Race experts gathered in a flat area. This place was the rear of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe's territory. Open the 18 levels of hell. Yuan Huan said. Immediately, the Dark Ape Battle Clan members stepped forward. Open. A total of 9 warriors of the Dark Ape Battle Clan shouted. Their bodies were covered with a dazzling black light. Then, they slammed their palms heavily on the ground. Rumble. The ground actually cracked open, and a pitch-black crack appeared. Dense ghost chi seeped out of the crack. Battle Progenitor, the 18 levels of hell have been opened. Every level of hell is filled with countless ghosts, and each level has a king. You can only pass if you kill the king of each level. Then, the entrance to the next level will appear. If you don't kill the king of each level of hell, the entrance to the next level won't appear. Yuan Huan explained. How much time do I have? Lu Ming asked. There is no time limit. As long as you can pass the 9 levels of hell, you can spend as much time as you want. Yuan Song said as he walked over. I can spend as much time as I want. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. This was beyond his expectations. He thought that there would be a time limit. Because there is no fixed time limit for each level of hell. It is normal for some to spend thousands of years to pass one level. It is normal for people to spend tens of thousands of years to pass all 9 levels of hell. Therefore, there is no time limit. No matter how long you spend, your ultimate goal is to pass the 9 levels of hell. However, no matter how long it takes, we will wait. Yuan Song said with a cold expression. Tens of thousands of years? Lu Ming muttered. It seemed like it would not be easy to pass the 9 levels of hell. Moreover, he did not have that much time to waste here. He had to pass the 9 levels of hell within 180 years. He still had to participate in the Great Void Imperial Academy's examination. Battle Ancestor, take this jade talisman. At this moment, Yuan Huan took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. This is, Lu Ming took it and was a little surprised. The 18 levels of hell are very special. The lower you go, the stronger you will be. If you encounter any danger and you are no match for them, you can crush this jade talisman and it will send you out. At the same time, you can inject a strand of your aura into the jade talisman. We will know if you are alive or dead. Yuan Huan said. Lu Ming understood. This jade talisman could save his life at a critical moment. At the same time, it could also detect whether he was alive or dead. If he died in there, Yuan Huan, Yuan Song, and the others would not have to wait. Otherwise, if Lu Ming died in there, wouldn't they have to wait here for nothing? Lu Ming took the jade talisman and injected a strand of his aura into it. Battle Ancestor, remember, you can only pass if you kill the king of each level. Yuan Huan reminded again. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. He then took a step forward and dashed into the fissure. Hoo, as soon as he rushed into the crack, the ghostly aura was like a gale blowing against Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming covered his body with a layer of divine power and quickly flew down. Not long after, Lu Ming seemed to have passed through a thin film and arrived in a huge underground world. When Lu Ming arrived in this world, the crack on the outside closed up and disappeared. On the ground, a stone tower appeared. This stone tower was only as tall as a person and had a total of 18 levels. At this moment, the top level was shining brightly. This stone tower represented the 18 levels of hell. Whichever level one was on, that level would light up. They had seen it from the outside and roughly knew the situation. Yuan Huan and the others sat cross-legged in the air and waited quietly. They had lived for countless years. Waiting for tens of thousands of years was as simple as eating and drinking to them. They had plenty of patience. Is this the first level of the 18 levels of hell? Lu Ming stood in the air and looked around. Between heaven and earth, everything was gray and boundless. It gave off a depressing feeling and lacked vitality. Every level has a ghost king. Where is the ghost king? Looks like I have to find it myself. Lu Ming pondered, then randomly chose a direction and rushed forward. He did not have enough time. He only had 180 years at most. He could not afford to waste any time. Hoo. Lu Ming had not flown far when there were gusts of sinister wind blowing between heaven and earth. Following that, there were shrill screams. Give me your life. A scream was heard. Then, a black shadow pounced at Lu Ming with shocking speed.